Like, they were dinosaurs that lived at the same time as our early mammalian ancestors, and the smartest of the dinosaurs were smarter than the smartest of the mammals, we think. And they were as intelligent as they needed to be in their environment because they were remarkably successful. Dinosaurs ruled the earth for over 150 million years, so they were plenty smart. Sometimes being too smart can actually be a disadvantage. I mean, shoot, look at us today, where we're in the process of absolutely wrecking our planet. And being smart can also, you know, can lead you to do things like polluting the environment or creating nuclear weapons. You know, maybe human intelligence will turn out to be a mistake. Who knows? Time will tell. Let's see. So, everybody loves sauropods until they have to dig them up because they get truly large. Yeah, we just kind of take it slow and work as a team and try and get it back to an area where we can get it into the truck, and then luckily we've got a storage spot in town where we can put it so it's nice and safe. And then eventually we'll have some crew members probably rent a big box truck and drive it from here in Wyoming all the way up to Ohio, where these fossils are going to end up. At the Cincinnati Museum Center is the final home of these fossils, where they can be cleaned, prepared, studied, photographed, illustrated, published, and then some of the prettier ones might even go on display, which would be really cool for the general public to be able to enjoy these firsthand. So that's what we're out here doing. That's what this is all about. 50 or 60 days we were out in the field this summer, and hey, how's it going? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, come on in.
You were in the museum, and I never get to watch you. And
Really?
I typed in your chat and said I never get to watch you because
I saw you, Becky saw you?
Yeah,
Yes.
Over the
Okay.
UK, yeah.
Yeah.
My moderator absolutely loves you, and he's on like the mountain time, so he gets to watch you.
Awesome.
So could I have a photo with you?
Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, cool. Good, nice to meet you. Thank you. Good to meet you too.
Is this your stream? Are you live now?
We are. Yeah.
He's
yeah.
probably watching right now.
Oh, really?
I wanna
Very,
see.
very cool.
He's probably watching.
Can we get a shout out for Becky Saif as well?
Yes, there we go. Yeah. Thank you. He'll be so, like, he'll be happy and he'll be jealous, I know. But I never get to watch you because you come on at like 10 p.m.
Yeah.
in the UK.
I'm thinking about maybe doing a schedule change starting an hour. The universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding in all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, the speed of light, 12,000 miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause it's hard to find down here on Earth. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm trying to think if there's any other songs that I could play. So, good for them. Holy cow. Hola, guys, Cuban. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Kudos to you. 5-year-old? Who's watching? Can you tell me what dinosaur this is? Who's got a packing peanut skewered upon its nasal horn? Who is this? Yeah. This is super, super cool. There's magnets on the back. Holy moly, this is awesome. Yeah. Very, very cool. Your favorite ceratopsian, Claire Burr? It's a good one for sure. Yeah. One of the more ornate of the ceratopsians. It is, of course, Styracosaurus. Yeah, Styracosaurus. Everyone loves Styracosaurus. How close can we get? Yeah. So it goes. Should all the lyrics be forgot, and I didn't look them up? Should all the lyrics be forgot, and Happy New Year? Should all the lyrics be forgot, I didn't look them up, but maybe next year I will, but I guess we'll see. Should nice model, and I love they put a tail club on the end too. So this critter is one of the best preserved dinosaurs from California. We'll see it over there in a minute. But let's just admire this fleshed out model first. These big osteoderms, these big armor plates. It's a bone embedded in the skin, like a flexible suit of armor. Big sacral shield back here to protect the hips. Yeah. And then big old shoulder spikes as well. It's lovely. Look at that head. So this is clearly based on Euoplocephalus. Just like the skull is just a solid box of fused bone. And I don't know if they really portrayed it here, but these guys presumably had armored eyelids as well. So says Lapra, which is apparently a bastardization of its Japanese name Laplas. Oh, or Laplace. Lapras. Oh, shoot. Alright, well maybe it's called Lapras. Lapras. See that shell on its back? You can ride on it. It's called a Lapras. Lapras. Lapras, bejeweled. Mr. Foss. Thank you, Dorkalotl.
Calm.
Some lo-fi paleo beats to relax and study to. Hey. Yeah. People talk about like, oh, what does life mean? You know, what is my purpose? Where did we come from? Well, the thing is, paleontology tells us where we came from. If people want to ask that question, then I hope that they'd be willing to, you know, look at the facts about that. Look at the evidence. Look at the fossils that actually teach us about that, you know? So I don't know. That's kind of a rambling answer. Hopefully that gives you something to work with. I don't know. That's the sort of thing that gets me up in the morning, you know? Paleontology gives us context, gives us perspective that we wouldn't otherwise have. That's pretty cool. That's one of the things that makes us human, that we can not only ask, where did we come from? How did everything here come to be? We can actually find the answers.
We're just seeing that the diversity of dromaeosaurs is so high compared to what we thought, you know, in the past.
That's so cool.
You know, when I named Utahraptor, it was the sixth one ever named.
The sixth dromaeosaur ever?
Sixth dromaeosaur ever.
Shoot.
And now there's over 40, you know, that are dromaeosaurids.
Yeah. Did you, is that part of the start of the trend to name them raptor as the suffix? Was Utahraptor the second one with that suffix?
I'm not sure.
It was Velociraptor and then...
Yeah.
Utahraptor might be the second one.
Yeah, because, you know, we were thinking, you know, the Crichton book, you know, and the whole bit.
Yeah.
And, you know, and Bakker didn't name it, but he did say, you know, you might want to name it for Utah. Because there was some political stuff. I was in Colorado, and my my former state paleontologist and head of me didn't want anyone working for a group like Dynamation. I worked with the museum, working in Utah. So, it's like, maybe if you name it after Utah, they'll, take it better. And I have to admit, it's probably why I'm now the state paleontologist of Utah, so it wasn't a bad move.
It's a wise decision, yeah. Chet, there's very important parts of likely a brand new dinosaur in this white blob right here. That's like a good feeling. I love that feeling, like when
Let's go, boys.
Yeah.
That was weak. Come on, man. Come on, man. That was weak. Come on, man. Hit me. Yeah, let's go.
Be able to help out with this emergency.
One of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gist of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Did that really just happen there? Gift subs this minute. 100 gift subs, 3 minutes. Incredible. Horror X, I don't know what to say. But it is insanity, sacrificial goat. Holy moly. You don't know how much I appreciate this. Nor the 250 community members who just had a gift subscription. You're quick. Yeah. I've got another camera back in camp, so it's not the end of the world if this lens is scratched up. But let me just turn the camera a bit. People are saying the smudge is over your face, which is not ideal.
Not ideal. I don't know. It depends on how you approach this. Some people go, "Oh, dang it!"
Witness protection program.
But you can see the quarry out behind me. You might see a white dot with a wide angle. It's not very big, but that's where these guys are digging and bailing water.
Yeah. Oh man, the rain yesterday was. It just came out of nowhere. This little cloud didn't look like it had anything.
Oh yeah.
It really packed a punch.
Yeah, we were. It starts raining, and we're just like, oh, it's gonna just sprinkle for a while, and go over, and all of a sudden,
worse and worse. And
it's like, okay, Noah's flood has started. It's flowing. We were very surprised.
Yeah, definitely. So we got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know. We'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay. But
if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Incorrect. Oh, wait, what? I'm sorry, what? No. No. I've never seen this before. That's insane. What? Here, let's go stand over on the side somewhere so we're not blocking traffic as much.
Oh, I know exactly who you are.
Oh yeah?
Hold on, the paleontology guy.
That's me? Yeah.
I follow you.
You do?
I really do. I swear to God, bro. No. Let's look at the followers. I was trying to stream snipe somebody else, but since you're here, hold on. No, paleontology guy, right?
Yeah. Just search paleo and I come right up. That's me at the top.
Yes, bro. Watch. I'm not. No cap. No. I'm sorry to.
No, you're great.
I'm sorry to distract.
We're streaming right now. This is.
Oh my God. Bro, no way, bro. I gotta do the followers. I just want to see.
Look at that. Yeah. And at the time you said this might be one of the most complete ones in the world, given that it's got the tip at the end?
Yeah, this is the most complete one in the world.
Wow.
It's certainly the most complete one in North America. It's more complete than the ones from Mongolia. And what this shows is that the claw is very curved. Like people have said in the past that you've seen reconstructions like you can see on this drawing here. It's got a quite blunt claw. Well, that was because the original Mononychus claws, the tip is broken, and people didn't realize how curved they were. Actually, one of the things that we did a lot of research on claws, and you can see that you can reconstruct the curvature of the claw by modeling a couple of circles on there. But that's relatively recently that people have been doing that. We started doing it. But this specimen, the little tip, it was broken, but it was right there next to it, and we can see how complete it is.
Just incredible, yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, there's dinosaurs out there in Wyoming. Yeah, here, have a tooth.
Let's see if Mini Pie knocks over the megalosaur, or if she's more careful than that. I think it's just by sheer luck she hasn't knocked it over yet. Well, there you go. Mini Pie's not the most careful of cats. She's really not. Just don't knock over the champagne flute, huh, Mini Pie? She's like, oh, you're giving me ideas. Now look at this. Face to face with Jane. Very cool. It's a fleshed out model of her head. And is she shedding some skin there? What is that? Look at those big old eyes. So this is a dinosaur that would have had very, very keen senses. Very sharp eyesight. In fact, had that same kind of binocular vision that adult Tyrannosaurus has. So she could actually see directly in front of her. Like that. Would have had very acute hearing and a tremendous sense of smell. We know this by studying the brain cavity of Tyrannosaurus. We can make what we call an endocast, which is basically like a replica of the structure of the brain. We can see how big certain parts of the brain are. And the parts that are associated with vision and hearing are pretty well developed, but the part of the brain that's associated with smell, the olfactory bulbs, are enormous on Tyrannosaurus, just huge. So we know that this creature had an incredible sense of smell also. We've got a big sauropod thigh bone down there, big femur. And parts of that are real, yeah. From Hanksville, Utah. I'm gonna be driving past there in just a few days.
They're young on the beach. Yeah.
Very cool. And you can see there are parts of this that are broken off, like the pubes right there. That's snapped, broken. I wonder what happened. That might be plaster anyway, but still. Yeah, one of the caudal chevrons is broken off right there, and you can see the metal rod coming out. Yeah, it's a very old-fashioned way of mounting a skeleton like this. I'd love to see these mounted, you know, in an upright, sprightly, modern posture. But I don't know. And then there's a young Allosaurus right there, it looks like. Very cool.
What? I don't know what's going on here.
No bone right now, unfortunately. We got some ancient roots in there. 73 million years old, you know. It's, yeah. Pretty, scientifically important there.
So sad.
Yeah, It's worth it to see you appreciate the effort poured into it. Oh, Pufunkai, this is an incredible game, and I am so amazed at all of the people who have poured so much effort into it. It's incredible. And I want to see it continue to grow and become successful, and so I'm going to be streaming this a lot. And I'm honestly having so much more fun with this than I would with a more popular game like Ark or The Isle or the Jurassic World game or whatever. This is where it's at, and I am so excited about it. Oh yeah.
Certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Harry.
Is that a Brachiosaurus sauropod?
It is indeed. And that's so cool. She says sauropod when you put the sauropod emoji in there. Oh, that makes me happy. That's really cool. Harry, this is indeed, yeah, a plastic Brachiosaurus. And, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're talking about sauropods today. So this just arrived on Friday, and I'm excited about it, so, Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Sweetie Pie, what are you doing? You're hogging the camera again. Right at the beginning of the stream. My goodness. Sweetie Pie. What? What are you doing? She's like, it's been several days since you've streamed. I came in to check up and collect some treats too. This is one of my landlords here, everybody. This is Ms. Sweetie Pie. Huh. Yeah. She didn't even want to wait for the beginning of stream. She's been here for like 10 minutes. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about the fossil record, talking about why it's relevant to your everyday life. That's what we're all about here. And get your tail out of my water. Sorry, everybody. Welcome. Whether we're streaming live from the field, digging up dinosaurs out in the Badlands, the deserts of the western United States, or whether we're here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, going over new scientific papers, doing remote interviews with other paleontologists, just doing Q&A with all of you good folks. The whole point of these broadcasts is to show, not just tell, but show you how fossil science works. Are you happy with the camera placement now? Yeah? Okay. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. If you have any questions at all, not just questions about dinosaurs, even though dinosaurs are what I study, dinosaurs are what I publish on, dinosaurs are my wheelhouse. If you have questions about other subjects within vertebrate paleontology, invertebrate paleontology, geology, natural history in general, don't hesitate to ask those questions. That's the bread and butter of our streams here. But before I say hello to everybody individually, Sweetie Pie here is, she's looking to collect. She, yeah. Like, it's a really nice stream you got here. You know, it'd be a real shame if something would have happened to it. Of course, we can make sure that it doesn't happen, but it, you know, comes with a price. Okay, Don Sweetie, I will pay you. And I got these new ones. Chicken flavor. Hopefully there's no actual chickens inside. But, here, watch out. Ooh, look at those. Ooh, new stuff? Oh, she's excited. Thank you. Who was it who sent me funds for these? Was it Murph or was it Kennedy? I forget. Was it you, Murph?
Thank you for that.
Good stuff. Wow, a novel taste. It tastes the cat's crave. It wasn't you, Murph? Okay, it was... Maybe it was Kennedy? Who was that? Was it Sculpin? I forget. It was Niffler. It was Niffler. Thank you, Claire. I want a Niffler. Thank you very, very much for your generosity there. And Sweetie Pie is grateful. Yeah. You looking for more? Okay, we can do more. We can do more. Yeah. Oh, look, you're so happy. You're so happy. Oh, look at all those. Look at all those. Just leave the bags. It's our life.
not gonna do that. As much as Sweetie Pie would enjoy that, I'm not gonna do it. Aw, Sweetie. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. That reminds me, did I put that item on the wish list or did I not? Okay, let's take that and that too and put those on there. Thanks for being here, Sweetie Pie. Axel420, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Wow. Amazing that there were at least 419 other Axels on this platform. It's a popular name. Appreciate the follow, Axel. Thank you, thank you. And let me know if you've got any questions. I'm going to put this... Well, it's on a big sale right now. On the wish list, too. Our cat cam here is... It's somewhat hindered by having a pretty short arm on it, so I'm putting a longer one on the Amazon wishlist. If anybody would like a more comprehensive cat cam, there's an extra long arm that... Oh. Is that extra long? Yeah, okay. Yeah, no it is. It is. Right? 15 inches, 15 inches, 30 inches plus a... Yeah, I think that's better than what we've got, for sure. I'll look into that later. Anywho, yeah. And Claireburst says, Dimetrodon skull? Yes, indeed, Claire. And look at that sheep head? Yeah, I just printed that today. I realized I didn't have anything for Trans Day of Visibility. I printed out a California sheephead to frame for today. We can talk a bit about that later if you'd like to. This really, really cool fish that every member of the species is born female, and only those females who really grind and they eat a lot of food and they get really big, only do they transition to being male. That's where males come from in this species. It's really cool. And there's a lot of different species of different kinds of critters that do this. There's fishes, there's insects, there's arachnids, I think there's amphibians that do this. It's not an uncommon thing in nature, which is pretty cool. The grind is real, says Claire. Yeah. Pretty neat. So we might talk about that later. We've also got some news from St. George, Utah, from the emergency excavation going on there. I'm going to see if I can give Andrew a call at some point and see if we can get an update there as well. And then we've got newspaper articles, too. We'll be looking at some of those. One of them mentions me.
The Dinosaur Dave just gifted.
And Dinosaur Dave, holy cow, 20 gift subs. Dinosaur Dave. Really appreciate that. Holy cow, Dinosaur Dave. And you're doing this before I even have the sub goal set up for the week. Here. I was gonna do 250, so let's do 230. To account for your 20 gift subs there, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you, thank you. March 31st through April 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Science, outreach, sub goal. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. I really appreciate your support. Good stuff. Yeah. I hope you're doing well, Dinosaur Dave. It's good to see you. Gotta start off this week with a dance. Oh, with a dang, since I can actually listen in this time. Oh, with a bang, you mean. Autocorrect. Yeah. Anywho, I really appreciate you, Dinosaur Dave. There are 20 different people now who won't have to worry about any ads at all for the next month, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for being a member of this community. I appreciate you. As they say down in Australia, good on ya. I hope that doesn't sound patronizing. I mean it genuinely. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate you. I support those that support them. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Hey. Solidarity. Thank you. Pimpcat says, I have a dino question. So, I don't know about that, Pimpcat. That sounds like more of a statement than a question. No, I'm kidding. What is your question, Pimpcat? I'm here to answer it for you. Another thing, too, I'm excited about. You might notice this in the background. Actually, Dinosaur Dave and any other Strians in the chat might recognize this. Just showed up in the mail today. I've been so excited about this. I've been dreaming of getting a coat like this for years and years, basically since I was a kid. This is an Australian Outback style oilskin extra long duster. There you go, Claire Burt. Yeah. Here is a... Lordy took this photo. I can't wait to break this in Wyoming this year. It is gonna be awesome. Yeah. I've been having real difficulty with waterproof gear. This is like the gold standard. It is, it's excellent. Yeah. I've had some, like, U.S. military surplus jackets, like an M65 field jacket that's ostensibly supposed to be water resistant, and it... Maybe it's that we were in a really, really dry environment, but it just soaked up water like that. Arle says you look like a model from a Banana Republic mailer. I'll take that as a compliment, Arle. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, I'm very excited about this coat. And again, the cool thing is this will last me a lifetime if I take care of it. Here's the post on Blue Sky if you want to engage with that for whatever reason. Oilskin is supposed to be #1. Oh yeah, Golganek. This is the gold standard. So I'm very excited about that. Yeah. Gamer's Tavern Show says, I want a Danny with short shorts and a long jacket. Well, there you go. Jacket significantly longer than the shorts. 90s kids will get it. I was a 90s kid. And inshallah, someday I will be a 90s man if I reach my 90s. We'll see. But, yeah. Shoot, what was that? What was that band called? The Royal Kings? Yeah. Royal Teens. There we go. Now that might get copyright flagged by YouTube. This one also. Trying to find one that's safe. Let's see here. Come on now. All of these are...
The store contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Thank you, Turbo, for the follow. That is a lot of underscores after your name. I like it, though. I like a name that's, like, it feels definitive. Turbo underscores. There's a finality to that.
Version of heaven.
And Carmelo3, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. Here, we'll just do this. Oh, weird. They took the audio and they just turned down the vocals on it. I'm sure this is not separate tracks. That's why it sounds kind of like morphed. Like, it's got like a weird, uncanny quality to it. But, yeah.
Special dinosaurs. We capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
Praline Mocha, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Praline Raid waddling in. You talking about ducks there, Waldkalb? Good stuff. You know what kind of creature ducks are, right? You know that ducks, like all birds, are dinosaurs, right? Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about natural history, talking about extinction and evolution, and kind of the origins of the world that we live in today. Well, the origins of the present time that we live in today. It's been the same world for 4+ billion years at this point. But yeah. And allegedly, Praline Mocha found the History Museum boring as a child, but you know who didn't? Me, says Blossom Gesso. Is that right? Wait, history museums or natural history museums? Because that's kind of the thing, is that history museums are usually about human history. There's a focus on people, human stuff. Natural history is usually a focus on everything else. From the Big Bang up until, up through the dinosaurs to almost the present. Natural history. So yeah. Praline Mocha says, I said I preferred the Science Museum in London. The NHM, the Natural History Museum of London. Yeah. I'm hoping to visit there in November this year. Because the big Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Here we go. SVP is our big professional society for paleontologists who study animals with bones. Like, for instance, dinosaurs, what I work on. And SVP this year is going to be held in the crown jewel of the British Isles. And Birmingham, the most beautiful city within the British Empire, on which the sun never sets. Yeah. Don't forget to RSVP for SVP. Oh, I will, Pimp Cat. Yeah. So I'm really excited about this. God save the Queen and God save Birmingham. Niffler says Birmingham is not the crown jewel. That's not what I've been told. SVP only picks the very best cities to host the annual meeting. Anyhow. Taxi says, when are you going back to St. George? Probably in mid-April. Thinking like the 14th or so. We'll see. They may have bucked the trend with Birmingham, says Praline Mocha. We'll see. Anyway. Praline Mocha, I really appreciate the raid. How did your stream go? I hope it was excellent. Thank you for bringing your viewers in here. Yeah. What I suspect is that SVP usually holds a meeting in a city where they've got a museum that's recently been renovated. And so I'm guessing that the Birmingham Museum of Natural History, or the local university in Birmingham, their museum, has recently had a facelift. That's where we're going to have the reception, presumably. Yeah. So April 17th, the 2025. Holy cow, that's soon, actually. I gotta come up with an abstract ASAP. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, for folks who are new here, and there will be some new folks, I should play a quick little welcome video for everybody who might be new, just to kind of introduce you to the channel.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well,
Sorry about that. He jumped on early. Previously recorded, Danny. Hold your horses. My goodness. Very, very eager right now. For all of the new folks who came in with Praline Mocha, yeah, and anybody who might be new here, I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of ours, somebody we call Previously Recorded Danny. He'll tell you a little bit about who I am, why there's a paleontologist on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So, before we get started with some of our news and our Q&A and all of that good stuff, first, let's turn things over to Previously Recorded Danny. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten. Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sailed on his beard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Praline Mocha for that raid. I really appreciate it. And if any of you are just coming in with Praline Mocha, it's your first time here, feel free to ask whatever questions you want. The whole point of these broadcasts is to do science outreach, to try and give you a front row seat to the process behind fossil science, to show you how paleontology really works. During the summers, I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs live. In fact, I was just there a little over a week ago in St. George, Utah, broadcasting from there we go. Oh, this is the edited video from Claire.
It's going to be a bit noisy today. It's going to be a bit noisy today. Look what's going on behind me. We've got the heavy equipment here. Welcome everybody to St. George, Utah. We're across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. And here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these broadcasts is not just to show you how fossil excavation works, but also to drum up support.
Thank you, Kestrel Cholesterol.
Right,
what a great name.
Right now, because this
Appreciate
is urgent.
Claire did a great job editing this together. But, yeah, I was able to drop down here for about a week. I'll be doing the same again in about 2 weeks.
Welcome
I'm planning to go back down there.
If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in Utah. Drove the 11 or 12 hours to get here from the Bay Area to show you this and to help out however I can. We're in the Moenavi right now. Pretty special place. This is
Moenavi
the
Formation.
beginning of the Jurassic period. This is just after the extinction event at the end of the Triassic, and so this is a time when the world is changing. You know, this is kind of the beginning of dinosaurs ruling the earth. A lot of the creatures that were sort of dominant before this, things like...
And thank you, Shimibuku, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
Dinosaurs, things like Rawasuchians, Dicynodonts. Those guys have all fallen by the wayside. They've gone extinct. And dinosaurs are beginning to take over the earth right here, right now. at this time that these rocks represent. What's interesting here is that this is it's basically like the banks of a giant ancient lake we call Lake Whitmore. So at the very beginning of the Jurassic period, 200 million years ago, give or take, this was kind of a marginal coastline environment around an enormous lake. We've got
Fable Foxbeaver says, Danny Anduza. The moment you were named, you were bound to be an adventurer. What a great sounding name. Thank you. That's honestly, that's a lovely compliment, and I appreciate you for it. I think my dad is still here in chat right now. He can take some of the credit for that. That's his last name. And, yeah, he had a friend named Dan, whom I'm named after. So, yeah. Of course, I never really liked to go by Dan or Daniel. Danny. It's the version of my name that I like, and even if it's not my government name. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Did you come back for more treats before we continue this video? Again, we're being held ransom here. Sweetie Pie, she's pushing the camera around too. What are you doing, sweetie? What are you doing? All right. Gotta pay the cat tax. There you go, Claire Burr. All right, Sweetie Pie. Oh, look what we got here. Some more of those dental treats. There you go. Look at all those. My goodness. What bounty. What bounty, Sweetie Pie. Look at that. Yeah. And Clipper says the new light is intense on her in that corner. How did you know I had a new light, Claire? I do have a new light. Yeah. I got one of the Elgato mini key lights. It came free with the teleprompter that I got. Lordy mentioned it. Nothing gets past you, Claire. Yeah. And I saw Sweetie Pie squinting. Yeah. Anyhow, is it good stuff? Look at all those treats. My goodness. Anyhow, let's get back to
who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well,
Sure.
I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Fable Foxweaver, thank you for the follow.
Here that are from dry land, right near the edge of the water, and then we've got strata that are from under the water. Why is this land not protected if there's so many ancient fossils? Good question. Yeah, that's not necessarily my department. I think it's kind of crazy that this land isn't protected. It belongs to the city, so this is city property here, belongs to the city government, and the city has decided that they're going to build an electrical substation on the site. And so we're doing whatever we can to salvage these fossils before the bulldozers roll in.
Yeah. Oh, I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. We've got 2 brand new news articles.
I want to make something very clear. This heavy
talk
equipment
about
over here is on our side. Some local businesses, some local business people, some community members have very generously donated their time and their equipment to help us with this. Very, very grateful these kind folks have stepped in to help us. This is the kind of community support that we really need, and we're deeply grateful to them. I'm going to figure out who they are, actually, so that we can give them a shout out. Who is this right here, so that we can...
So the 2 dump trucks are from the city of St.
So this is Andrew Milner right here. He was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. We're going to be giving him a call on the phone in just a few minutes here.
George and
to get an update.
Their employees, so that's amazing.
That's awesome.
So that was set up by the city for us. And then in the cat, that's Randy Jones.
Randy Jones.
Yeah, Randy Jones is awesome. He owns Canyon Crest Contractor.
Awesome. Well, shoot. Thank you, Randy Jones and Amin Bateman. And the city of St. George, too, for lending us those dump trucks and the drivers. That's... we need all the help we can get. So shout out to them. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
You're welcome. I'm about ready to give another contractor a call.
Excellent. Good luck.
Busy man. Yeah.
And that is
cool looking there. It's like a sauropod, just.
A little bit of Jurassic Park music.
Here it comes, yeah.
And thank you, Sassafras Sloth. What a great name. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Snacking on an I-beam up there.
Shudder of history's most ferocious killer,
And Darake, thank you for the follow. Howdy, howdy. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, I'm going to share this video with you. Claire Burr put this together, and it is brilliant. Thank you for all of your hard work, Claire. By the way, Claire, did I tell you? When I was talking on the phone with Andrew...
The terrible lizards.
Thank you, Blossom Jesso, for the follow. Appreciate you. Claire, when I was talking on the phone with Andrew Milner before I went out to actually meet him at the site, this is weeks ago at this point, he was like, yeah, you know, tell that Claire, tell her she's something special. He's like, who is she? I'm like, well, she's one of my moderators. She's very enthusiastic, very, very helpful. A lot of cool skills. It's like, she's a good egg. She's great. So I want you to know that, Claire. Yeah. Here, let's get to... Since I got back from St. George, I've been checking Google News every day to see about these new different articles that are coming out. We've got one from MSN right here. We'll take a look at it. Yeah. And I appreciate you, Claire. Scientists are pleading for more help at a southern Utah fossil site. Here's what they found so far. This is from 3 days ago, so this must be from Friday. As they race to extract as many fossils, bones, and footprints as possible from a St. George dinosaur quarry before construction begins next month on an electric power station, scientists are not pointing fingers at city officials. Which is good. Sure, they would prefer the city had found another location for the substation, but they view the rush to excavate the 3/4-acre site across the street from St. George's Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum at 2180 East Riverside Drive as a tremendous opportunity.
They have given 261 gift subs in the channel.
And thank you, Mark Melbourne. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. We know that there were these amazing fossils in the ground there, but we didn't have this opportunity to remove them if the city wasn't doing the excavation to build the substation, said Andrew Milner, lead paleontologist and curator of the museum. The fossils would remain locked up in the ground. Milner said that the city previously tried to find another location for the substation and has supplied dump trucks to help remove dirt piles from the quarry. Perhaps more soothing for scientists fretting over the looming deadline is the treasure they are finding in the paleontological trove regarded as, according to Milner, the second most important track site in the United States. Which is pretty impressive. To date, Milner continued workers have collected about 250 specimens in the 3 weeks since the dinosaur dig began.
As tall as a 2-story building, he could kill almost anything that crossed his path.
Yeah, don't cross Darth Goof's path. 43 months of support right there. That is formidable, Darth Goof. Appreciate you. Good stuff. We've been making some really cool finds, Milner said. One significant find was unearthed by a volunteer, one of more than 200 who have pitched in this far. It's a large Growliter track, which comes from a variety of small two-legged dinosaurs. Last Saturday, Milner added, a volunteer found a couple found a 4-inch long tooth.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. A 4-inch long tooth belonging to a meat-eating dinosaur. A few days later, another worker discovered a smaller dinosaur tooth embedded in a rock. Other finds include teeth from Lysodus. Lysodus is a really cool, presumably like freshwater hybodont shark. Yeah, would have looked something like this. Freshwater sharks were much more common during the age of dinosaurs than they are today. Yeah, cool critter.
Lysotus, an ancient genus of hybodont shark found from the early Triassic to the end of the early Cretaceous. Rarer and perhaps more exciting were the recent discovery of a cephalic spine, a horn-like protrusion found on the heads of ancient male hybodont sharks. Yeah. So again, these guys, the males, have got these little horns on their heads. They're subtle, but you can kind of see it there, actually. Yeah, right here. See those? Little protruding horns there. Yeah. Among... Whoop. What's this here? Rich Hall Quist. Thank you for the follow. You aren't related to Rich Hall the comedian, are you? And Niffler, thank you for those 100 bits. Yeah. Niffler says, we, the community, have been so lucky to be on this journey with you and the St. George Museum. It's been such an honor to be able to highlight this whole project and try and garner more support for the museum and for the excavation. And I'm deeply grateful to all of you good folks who've helped with that. And Andrew is too. We'll see that in the next article. And Halle Berry says, I was back helping on Saturday and it was great. Halle Berry, thank you for doing that. That is excellent. Phenomenal. Yeah. They need all the help they can get. I hope you had a great time, Halle Berry. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm going to go every weekend I can go. Beautiful. Well, hopefully we run into each other. I'm going to be there.
If you're
I think
treated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Community Time, for the 100 bits. And thank you, Violet Haunting, for the follow, too. Welcome, welcome. Let's see, April... I think I'm going to be, hopefully, back in St. George around April 15th. Which is also tax day. Oh boy, it's coming up. I was supposed to do my taxes yesterday, but didn't have time. Pothawk! Thank you for the 6 months of support. Appreciate you, Pothawk. And Rakadactylus, how are you doing, Reiko? I hope you've been having a good start to your week. It's good to see you. Yeah. We're just catching up on some of these new articles about our excavation in St. George, Utah. Among the more notable finds are some from coelacanths, ancient lobe-finned fish that grew up to 6 feet in length. We talked all about coelacanths last week. One of my favorite creatures. Got a very special place in my heart. Coelacanths are incredible, incredible critters. Yeah. They are well known from the fossil record. Were thought to have gone extinct with the dinosaurs until a living specimen was caught in December of 1938, brought to the attention of scientists. Now we recognize that there are 2 living populations of these fishes off the coast of East Africa and then in the Indonesian archipelago. Incredible, incredible animals, and they are very closely related to tetrapods, to land-living animals that have bones. They're close to the origin of amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. So this fish right here is more closely related to you and me than it is to a trout, or a salmon, or a clownfish, or a swordfish, or an eel, or whatever else. This fish is closer to mammals than it is to rockfish, or tuna, or sharks for that matter. Pretty cool. Anyway, we can talk more about coelacanths later, but I want to get through this. Miller said that fish, the fish were thought to be extinct from an asteroid strike at the end of the Cretaceous, until a species surfaced in the Indian Ocean in the 1930s. Bingo. Yeah. Crews on the St. George site have also discovered teeth from crocodilomorphs, forerunners of modern crocodiles, and fossils from semi-anodid fish, which had armor-like skin and were dietary staples of dinosaurs fishing in the area. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Semi-anodid fishes. Their fossils often look like these. And there is a nice life reconstruction of what this fish might look like. Kind of like, picture a carp, but with armor plating. It's a semi-anodid. They're not related to carp, but yeah. Anywho. Very cool. And Ms. Arul says, does anyone know if they found sturgeon? We haven't found any sturgeon material yet, to my knowledge, but sturgeon were around at the time. We just haven't... They might not have been in this particular lake. Yeah. Experts attribute the prevalence of shark and other fish finds extracted from the quarry to its location along the shores of ancient Lake Whitmore, a 200-million-year-old body of water that once stretched from present-day St. George to the Grand Canyon South Rim. This was an enormous, enormous lake at the time. Just gargantuan. Like one of the size of one of the Great Lakes today. Like, think of Lake Huron or Lake Erie. It's about that big. 200 million years ago. Here, in this book over here, we've got a lovely map of it, I believe. Right here. This is a book that I got at the gift shop in St. George, and there it is, yeah. I have it bookmarked here. There we go. So this would have been ancient Lake Whitmore. Here. Map of what is today the American Southwest, including Utah and parts of Colorado. So here's Utah. Right here. There's Arizona. There's Colorado and New Mexico. There's the Four Corners region right there. So this is a map of this ancient landscape with our modern state boundaries kind of superimposed over it. There, right there, chat, is Lake Whitmore. Yeah, freshwater Lake Whitmore, which sediments were deposited that today make up the Whitmore Point member of the Moenavi Formation, covered what is now southwestern Utah and northwestern Arizona, and abutted the vast desert of the Wingate Erg to the north and east. This is a lovely Ron Blakey map here. So an enormous freshwater lake. At times, the sea may have encroached upon this, and it may have become brackish, but I don't know. And we're kind of trying to gather more information about this to try and figure out what was the ecology, the salinity, the chemistry of this lake. What are all of these different aspects that we can possibly study about it? We're trying to figure out a lot of that stuff right now. But yeah. Yeah. Not like a salt lake. It would have been a freshwater lake, Ms. Art Rules. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Selena Suarez, whom I just missed. I think she got there the day after I left. University of Arkansas Assistant Geosciences Professor.
3 years of having a real and actual paleontologist accompanying my work mornings.
And the greatest of
Let's
all
see
the
how far the
reptiles were the
subway goes.
dinosaurs.
Thank you, Rosand. I appreciate the 36 months of support. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you, Rosand. Thank you kindly. Anyway, Selena Suarez. Yeah, we saw her on camera on Thursday, did we not? There we go. Let's find Selena here.
On the fossils. The Suarez.
Oh. Set up for viewing. There we go.
Suarez twins from Temple University found evidence of a spring. To understand why all these animals died here, and why these bones were preserved when most of this time period was not, it's necessary
So this is a different time and place. This is a different site in Utah from the early Cretaceous period. So this is what, like 80 million years or give or take after what we're talking about. Well, this is 200 million years ago. This is 130. Yeah, so about 70 million years later. Anyway, the point is, Selena Suarez.
To look beyond the fossils. The Suarez twins from Temple University found evidence of a spring by looking at the rocks.
It's like telling a story. It's, using the rocks.
There's
to tell the
Selena there.
story. So not only are the bones important, but the rocks of the bones are found and are important. That's the reason why we stay looking at the rocks. We look at dinosaur bones are really pretty. Oh, they're very pretty. And we love them. We love them a lot. But the rocks are also, they tell the story, a part of the story that sometimes the bones can't always tell us.
Yep. Yeah, so back to our article here. Selena Suarez, University of Arkansas assistant geosciences professor and an expert on the Triassic period extinction, has studied the climatic impacts of that annihilation. The site we are standing in now is from the earliest Jurassic period, says Suarez, who cut her paleontological teeth in Utah years ago as a student intern working at the Cleveland Lloyd Dinosaur and Crystal Geyser quarries. Crystal Geyser that's this quarry right here from this documentary. What makes this site so important is that we are looking at an area where just a few 100,000 years after that Triassic extinction event, life was already thriving. And Jim Kirkland, that's Papa Jim right there, oh, wait for it.
Protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Kestrel Cholesterol, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the community. Holy cow, that's a recurring sub right there. Kestrel Cholesterol, thank you. That is the bread and butter of our support here. That's the reason I can continue to do this day after day. It's because of kind folks like yourself who want to support science outreach here on Twitch. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Enjoy all those emotes that you will get for subscribing. The cool thing about dinosaur emotes too, that I've found, is that it's often safe to spam those emotes on other people's channels. And then instead of being like annoyed, they go, wait, dinosaur? Where did you get those? Dinosaur emotes? Those are so cool. So anyway, one of the perks of being a subscriber. Thank you, Kestrel Cholesterol. I appreciate you. Welcome to the community. Good stuff. So Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist with the Utah Geological Survey, who is helping supervise excavation efforts, said that the finds in the fossil-rich quarry reflect the fact that Utah is one of the world's top paleontology hotspots. When I first started working in Utah, he said, there were 22 known species of dinosaurs in Utah. 30 years later, we have about 140. About 1% of all dinosaur species known throughout the world are found in Utah, which is extraordinary. He's right, as usual. Yeah. So St. George's 20-acre dinosaur site, which includes the city-owned museum, substation, and surrounding land, is especially significant. Along with Los Angeles' famed La Brea tar pits. Oh, Lenina, thank you for gifting Swims with Whales. Appreciate you, Lenina. Enjoy Swims with Whales. Along with Los Angeles' famous La Brea tar pits, it is one of the few municipal paleo sites in existence, according to Milner. And help wanted, equipment needed. Yeah. Milner credits Larry Jones and Ammon Bateman with major assist in excavating the substation site. The construction business owners have used their backhoes and other equipment to remove dirt so workers could access the fossils and the various rock layers below. All they received in return was money to cover the fuel costs for their equipment. Still, Milner added, there's so much more to do before the dig ends and construction begins on the substation. He said more volunteers with heavy equipment are needed to remove and rearrange tons of rock and dirt from the quarry so crews can access more of the site. Another item high on their wish list is 1 or 2 metal outdoor shipping containers, where all the fossils and other finds can be stored and protected from the area's scorching sun and occasional rain. Volunteers, especially ones with experience working dinosaur quarries, are also welcomed, as are donations to pay for plaster jackets and other dig-related supplies. So yeah, people wishing to volunteer can email Jaleesa, deputy curator at utah.dinosaurs.org, and we've got some commands about that too. So yeah, pretty cool. Here is a link to this article right here, and we've got another one today. One that mentions me by name. We'll take a look at that. So here, just search Google News for St. George dinosaur. And, oh, here's this one here. We talked about this last week. Yeah, there's me right there. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? How are you doing, Minnie? Golganak, thank you for the 44 months of support. I appreciate that, Golganak. Street George. Anyway, Golganak, thank you for the 44 months of support, now at tier 3. Holy moly, Golganak. Do I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Mini Pie has come here to collect rent, too.
Utah Raptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
There's Jim there. Jim Kirkland. Fluffy Deinonychus. That's lovely. You got a dromaeosaur alert there, didn't you? Utah Raptor. Good stuff. Oh, Mini Pie. What's going on with you? What's going on with you? Yeah. Here, let's get you some treats. I think that's what you want. What do you think, Mini Pie? You gonna do some camera rearranging? Well. Ooh, we got some new smells here. I think Lordy actually gave you some of these already. Oh. Ooh. Start off with 4 or 5. Let's see if you finish this. Ooh. What do you think? Ooh, good stuff. Did you not chew those? Did you just swallow those whole? Mini Pie. Mini Pie might be having some tooth issues, so she's going to the vet on Wednesday. To get her teeth worked on, aren't you? Yeah. Maybe then you'll chew these up. Yeah. Anyway, Mini Pie, one of my my feline landlords here. Muy deliciosa. Yeah. Good stuff. And Nell says, how are things after the con on Saturday? They were good. They were really good. Paleostream Con, yeah. I had a bunch of other stuff to work on Saturday. And it was Ios's birthday on Saturday night, too. We had a birthday celebration. So, yeah. Anyway, that was great. Yeah. We'll take a look at that, too. But for now, here, I shared this earlier, last week. But, this is about me. I wasn't aiming to be the center of the story here, but that was their angle here.
On a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on. I've been hearing about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site since I was a kid, and I'd always wanted to come here, never had a chance to until right now. So I figured I'd show up and help with the excavation as much as I can, and also help spread the word about this as much as I can too. See if I can garner some support, get people excited about it, get them to donate or potentially volunteer, and yeah, here I am. Good stuff. Here is a link to that in the chat if you'd like to share that article. It would help. We're trying to get the word out as much as we can about this.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Ironheart 50, 57 months. Your number of subscribed months has surpassed the number in your username. Ironheart 50. Thank you very much for those 57 months of support. That is extraordinary. And I really appreciate it, Ironheart. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Before we take a look at another article, I think MiniPie here really needs some brushing. Would you like that? I'm getting a strong yes here. Is that an answer in the affirmative, MiniPie? Yeah, there we go. You gotta take care of the landlords before you can even earn the money to pay them, huh, MiniPie? Yeah. What do you think? Life's pretty good, huh? Yeah. Look at all that excess fur. Look at this. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, that's all from you. You're gonna be 3 pounds lighter when I'm done with you here. Uh-oh. Camera collision. Pontius Pirate says, I didn't even know there were 57 months. That's some impressive old Earth evidence right there. There you go, Pontius Pirate, yeah. Yeah. To see some young Earth creationists like Ken Ham. I believe the Earth was created only 16 months ago. The Bible says the Earth is 4 months old. Last Thursday has been in a nutshell. There you go, Rakedactylus, yeah. Or what's the other term? Omphalism? After, like, omphalus? Just a word for the belly button. This idea that, like, yeah, everything was created super recently, and your belly button is fake. It doesn't actually show that you were, you know, that you had an umbilical cord attached to it. Oh, boy. Look at all that. Look at all that. Yeah. Oh, you're all about the brushing today. I know it's warming up outside. Is this something to do with that? Got to get rid of that winter coat? Oh, hey. You watch yourself. I know you're the landlord, but I know my rights. I know my rights. Okay, I think we're done here. I think we're done here. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. We can make up. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh.
All right, you just want to hang out here? Okay. I suppose that's fair. I didn't get prior written notice from the landlord to enter the premises, but we'll let this one slide this time, you know? There we go. Another article on our work in St. George from Cowboy State Daily. Does anybody remember what was published here? There's another article that we were very excited about from Cowboy State Daily. I've been really impressed with their journalism lately. Anybody remember? What did they publish on? I'm stumped. Dinosaurs, well, yes, Deathsaurus. That's a given. There we go. It was this right here. Remember this article about those dinosaur auctions and everything? Where they quoted Rebecca Hunt Foster and some other paleontologists and Denver Fowler? Yeah. So they've been doing some really good work. Like, going beyond the headlines and into, like, actually talking to experts and getting the real scoop on things. So kudos to Cowboy State Daily, you know? Yeah. Anywho, new from them a couple days ago. Reserve of prehistoric dinosaur fossils. Sounds a little redundant, but I'm sure the author... Is it the same author? Yeah, Andrew Rossi. Good for him. Yeah. Reserve of prehistoric dinosaur fossils discovered next to Utah subdivision. He probably didn't write the title. That was probably the editor. That's how things normally go, as I understand it. While preparing to build a power substation next to a Utah residential subdivision, a prehistoric field of dinosaur and other fossils was discovered. Now hundreds of volunteers are helping excavate the site. He probably didn't write that either. This must be just after I left, I think, on, This is probably just after I left on Saturday, actually. Yeah. Well, here we go. Andrew Milner, the lead paleontologist at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site in St. George, Utah, is exhausted. Good start to the article. He's had one day off in the last 3 weeks of 12-hour days as he oversees an unprecedented frenzy of excavation and discovery along the shores of a prehistoric lake. We'll be adding to this exhaustion in just a few minutes as I give Andrew a call to see if we can get an update. I think he was supposed to have had another day off yesterday, so hopefully we'll hear about that. The city of St. George is building a power substation on an acre of early Jurassic lakefront real estate. Before they break ground, they gave Milner and an army of volunteers 2 months to break every inch of ground to search for an exquisite scraps of plants, teeth, bones, and footprints during the substation excavation. And, oh, I didn't realize they have a beautiful, oh, this is fantastic. They set up a website for this, a page on utah.dinosaurs.org. There is a link right there. Good stuff. Yeah. Miller's been going non-stop since the beginning of March, and he's not stopping until St. George tells him to stop. I've been camping on site rather than driving home, Milner told Cowboy State Daily. My wife misses me, but it's hard to stay away. There's so much discovery. The XVR says Andrew was working yesterday along with Jim. Oh boy. Well, I hope he got Saturday off at least. Finding their stride. St. George sits on the red rocks of the 200-million-year-old Moenavi Formation. It preserves fossils from a critical point in prehistory when the dinosaurs established their 135-million-year dynasty. In the aftermath of a mass extinction at the end of the Triassic period, dinosaurs found their stride in the early Jurassic period.
Those strides and much more are preserved in phenomenal quality at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. We have one of the best dinosaur track sites in North America and the world, Milner said. Our site preserves dinosaur tracks and shows behavior from walking, running, swimming, and limping dinosaurs. Limping, too. Which is nuts when you think about it, you know? The idea that we can look at dinosaur tracks and tell that these critters were injured is wild, you know? One of the site's most unique tracks reveals how meat-eating dinosaurs sat. The impressions of the theropod's feet, tail, and arms are preserved on what was once the shore of a prehistoric lake, roughly the size of modern-day Lake Erie. Our site's famous for that unique sitting trace fossil, Milner said. This is the same one that we looked at during our tour. In fact, let me find it in the VOD real quick, and we'll pull that up. Here we go. Here's our tour of the museum.
You can see where it says ischium butt. That's a circular depression caused by the ischial-colossus. It's called an ischial-colossus.
Right.
So the ischium on the pelvis touching is basically a dinosaur butt.
Dinosaur
That's
butt
the
print.
first one. Then the little light green arrow in front of it points to the sac crouch the second time.
Gotcha.
What's really cool, when you take measurements between
There's Andrew there, obviously.
the butt prints and the two crouching traces, they equal up. So everything matches up perfectly in terms of measurements.
Very cool.
Yeah, so you can see the left and the right foot with metatarsals.
How cheeky is this Rhacodactylus, yeah.
Important, you can see where it says left hand and right hand. You can kind of see those kind of crescent-shaped marks.
Yep.
Those are the hands being put down.
And it shows that dinosaurs did not pronate their wrists. They're not walking around like Mr. Burns, you know, like this. Instead, you know, they could clap their hands, but they couldn't dribble a basketball is one way.
Right, so they could hold the basketball but couldn't dribble.
Right,
That's the one that Jerry and I like to say. We think this animal is left-footed.
So that kind of left-footed. We'll get into that in a second, but that also reminds me. We used to have this as an alert. I'm not sure if we still do. But some of you might remember this from the 90s.
Gatorade Fierce in new berry and new grape.
Not sponsored stream.
It's fierce.
It doesn't really show the raptor here dribbling.
Some more fierce.
Yeah. But yeah, so they could hold a basketball. Their hands go like this, but they don't go like this. You know? Like I was saying there in the clip, yeah, so theropod dinosaurs, they held their wrists in such a way that their palms faced one another. But they're... why is it so difficult to find a reference image of Mr. Burns just kind of standing there in his typical pose? My goodness. I'm trying to find you one, and it... maybe he just doesn't do that as much in recent Simpsons seasons? I don't know. Like, everything gets worse. Ridiculous. Oh well. I might need to come up with a better analogy then. If it's this hard to find on Google Images, then maybe people don't know what I'm talking about, you know? Oh, I'll find... here we go. Yeah. On Reddit. Let me in
taking it properly, but whatever. Yeah, just kind of, you know, like this. He just kind of holds his arms. Dinosaurs didn't do that. Theropod dinosaurs, especially, their palms faced one another as they're walking around, you know? And you got one. Thank you, Jody Fish. Okay. Bingo. Yeah, that works. with little Rory Calhoun. Who is that one film actor who used to stand on his hind legs? Oh, yes, Rory Calhoun. Yeah. Excellent. It says win 528. This is why I mentioned Mr. Burns there.
Between the butt print and the two crouching traces, they equal up. So everything matches up perfectly in terms of measurements.
Very cool.
Yeah, so you can see the left and the right foot with metatarsals.
Uh-huh.
And what's really important, you can see where it says left hand and right hand. You can kind of see those kind of crescent-shaped marks.
Yep.
Those are the hands being put down.
And it shows that dinosaurs did not pronate their wrists. They're not walking around like Mr. Burns, you know. Like
Mr. Burns, you know, like this. No, not at all.
Like this. Instead, you know, they could clap their hands, but they couldn't dribble a basketball is one way.
Right, so they could hold the basketball but couldn't dribble one.
Right,
That's the one that Jerry and I like to say. We think this animal is left-footed.
There's the butt print right there. Left-footed.
It stepped forward with its left foot first.
Ah.
And it also left a digit 1 trace. And what's really cool about the rest of the trackway, almost every single left footprint has a digit 1 trace, but the right side rarely has them.
Interesting. So we've got different more bizarre. So this is either like the animal with a kind of a weird gait where it's favoring one foot over the other. Could be an injury or something like that, or could be just something to do with the substrate. But what I like to think about is I don't know if any of you are ever walking around in the city. You might encounter some pigeons. Pigeons, like all birds, are living dinosaurs. And some of them have messed up digits on their feet. You see this pretty frequently. There's a lot of hazards in the city. And so pigeons will often lose toes altogether. Their toes will be kind of misshapen. All kinds of stuff like that. And by studying the footprints of Mesozoic dinosaurs, we can figure out that dinosaurs were much the same way. A lot of theropod dinosaurs, like for instance, the creatures that were leaving the Eubrontes or Growliter trackways, they've got similar stuff going on sometimes. We couldn't necessarily tell that from just looking at their fossil skeletons, but we can tell that from their footprints. And it's kind of amazing if you ask me. Really, really cool. So one of the reasons why this site is so incredibly important, you know? Anyhow, I mean, for one thing, it shows that a lot of dinosaurs would have been incredibly resilient animals. You think about a mammal, you know, losing a digit in a fight or from disease or something like that. Like, how many wolves are running around? How many bears are walking around where they're missing a finger or a toe? Like, it just kind of doesn't happen with mammals. Like, that often would be a death sentence for a mammal. Dinosaurs, they're made of different stuff, in a sense. Just like modern birds, they could lose a few digits here and there and just keep moving. It's fascinating to think about how resilient these animals would have been, you know? So Deathsaurus, that's a really good point I hadn't considered. Yeah.
20 months. That's almost a whole period.
70 million year old dinosaur egg.
HD and HB. Thank you. Thank you, HD and HB, for the 20 months of support. Really appreciate that. That is almost a whole period. Thanks for keeping me here online, HD. Appreciate you. Yeah.
So Clipper says, don't birds have clotting issues? How are they so resilient to amputation? I don't know. I just know that pigeons are, and some other birds seem to be. Yeah. I don't know if that's been studied in detail. Who knows? Maybe there's some kind of incredible medical breakthrough that is just waiting to be made as some clever medical scientist or ornithologist studies how birds are able to survive losing those digits. Maybe that could have some incredible benefit for human medicine. Who knows? I don't know. That's the cool thing about science, is you never quite know where it's going to lead. You never know what kinds of incredible discoveries are going to result from basic scientific research. You know? Anywho, Mini Pie, do you want some more treats? Is that what you want? I see that tail going nuts all over the place. Here. Alright, let's make it happen. Yeah, here we go. Come here. Look at all those for you. Look at that. Oh, good stuff. Tasty, tasty. There you go. I heard a little bit of crunch in there. I'm glad you've got a dentist appointment on Wednesday. I want to make sure that your teeth are nice and healthy and you can use them for crunching treats, you know? I don't want you to have to inhale them without chewing. Is that good stuff? Is that good stuff? You satisfied or you want some more? All right. I think she's satisfied. Good stuff. Thanks for dropping by, Mini Pie. And Science Streams, how are you doing, Valent? I hope all is well. It's good to see you. We've been just going over this article, about the work in St. George, where I was last week. And, yeah. This article, I am told, mentions me later on. So, yeah, the butt trace. Our site's famous for that unique sitting trace fossil, Milner said. It was the first trace evidence of how the limbs of these animals were positioned in life. It shows they could hold a basketball but couldn't dribble it. And left out the word hold. Hold a basketball but couldn't dribble it. The most famous dinosaur denizen of the early Jurassic period was Jurassic Park's Dilophosaurus. Now, the actual Dilophosaurus, a 20-foot-long apex predator with a unusual double-crested head, is quite different from the knee-high, frilled, venom-spitting monster depicted in the franchise. Yes, indeed. Here's an image I like to share showing that. Yeah, Dilophosaurus, significantly bigger than the critter that you see in the movies. Wouldn't have eaten that animal for lunch. Holy cow. The real Dilophosaurus significantly bigger and cooler, in my opinion. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And Gamers Tavern says, I hate it when I accidentally a word. Yeah. There we go. A large section of these exceptional tracks sits under the roof of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, which opened in 2005. Milner is the curator and lead paleontologist of the on-site museum, which sees around 60,000 visitors annually. Dinosaur footprints lie underneath the entire St. George community, and more fossils are found as the Moenavi Formation is exposed during new construction projects.
The latest project has turned St. George and its prehistoric plethora of fossils into an international spotlight. Yes, indeed. This must be just after I left, but after Dawn got here, because you see the shade tarps set up there. This is probably on Monday, I'm guessing. Yeah. The city of St. George needs a new power substation. They selected an acre of land across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site as the location. Unfortunately. Yeah, we're not super happy about that, but yeah. Milner knew that a bounty of unique fossils could be destroyed during construction. So the city of St. George allowed him to break ground and collect these priceless pieces of history before they broke ground on the substation. We were told that the city wanted to break ground in May, he said. We started digging at the beginning of March. The word went out. Volunteers were needed in St. George for a small window of intense excavation. People from the community, the state, and the nation answered the call. We've had over 200 volunteers sign up to assist, Milner said. Professionals from universities and museums are jumping in to help. We're getting lots of donations of money and equipment, including a 40-foot shipping container for storage. It's so exciting that we're actually getting that. Oh, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to showing this on stream. Hopefully it'll be there when I'm there in a couple weeks again. Because that's what we really needed. Milner has already hosted field crews of students from Utah State University, University of Texas Austin, Idaho State University, and the Natural History Museum of Utah. Tyler Berthasell was an intern at the St. George site, Milner said. We met Tyler on stream the other day, actually. Let's see if I can find that video. Let's see if we can find that VOD here. Would have been, I think here.
The end of the triad.
So there's me and Andrew. I think that's, oh no, hang on, this is the edited video. There we go.
So it'll give the lab a
There's
really
Josh right there. There's Tyler in the green shirt.
to saw off. So
This one's pretty good.
yeah, Whitney, I'd
There's
say
Tyler there.
if you want to come in from the side right there, yeah, I think that's going to be way better for getting that resistant layer. I mean, I know you were working off some great aggression with those hits from the top.
I have no aggression.
Yeah.
Aggressionless.
Yeah, I mean, this is
You
all
about to go
Be
aggro?
aggressive. Be aggressive.
Be right here. It's good stuff.
Anyway, there's Tyler right there from the article. Tyler Berthasell was an intern at the St. George site, Milner said. That's kind of where he got his start in paleo, more or less.
Prehistoric horrors.
Doom Guy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And should you share it here? Yes, Pothok. Yes, indeed. We're trying to foster the creation of more clips. Please post it here. We'll take a look at it. And Doom Guy says, I made a new account because my other phone is gone. I'm sorry your other phone is gone, but I'm glad you're back, Doom Guy. Yeah. When the tenant wants your winter coat? Wait, I'm the tenant. Oh, hey. You watch yourself. I know you're the landlord, but I know my rights. I know my rights. That's a good clip there. Thank you for posting, Pothok. Thank you. Lovely. In fact, actually, let me download that real quick. We can add that to our clips reel. Good stuff. Anyway, there's Tyler right there.
If I had a pry bar, I could do it.
I mean,
We've got one down there.
I think if you run the rock saw, if you really need to trim it, but if he can lift it up,
You better rock saw it on flat ground like
Yeah.
the one that we took from right here.
yeah.
So
Well,
where's the track on here? Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, there's one here and there's another one here.
Is that a U Brontes right there?
It's
big enough.
Should be.
Yeah.
Looks like it. So angle, toe, yeah.
Tyler, yeah. Anyway, some of the same people that are showing up in our VODs. Tyler Berthasell was an intern at the St. George site, Milner said. Now he's the preparation lab manager at the Natural History Museum of Utah. He's coming back next week with Tyler Faith, the museum's curator of paleontology. Very cool. Construction companies have also donated time and equipment to the substation excavation. Canyon Crest Contractors, AB Excavation, and Handy Excavation have brought their heavy machines to simultaneously remove the overlying layers of rock and sediment while breaking into the fossil layers to give volunteers places to start digging. Donations have been pouring into the museum, and there's been more press coverage of the museum and excavation than ever before. Danny Anduza, a paleontology Twitch streamer and paleontologist, thank you, visited the site to drum up more support for the substation excavation. I cannot express how thankful I am for all he's done, Milner said. We're getting so many donations thanks to Danny. Touched. Milner's highest praise goes to the city of St. George. While many people have been critical of the city, assuming a disregard for the rich fossil heritage, Milner said that couldn't be further from the truth. This isn't a crisis within the city, he said. The city of St. George is helping us out in a big way. They provided dump trucks to help move off-site rock, and they're giving us time to collect these fossils. I've always wondered how much the city and its residents like our museum, but a lot of amazing residents are coming forward and helping because they absolutely love this place. It's been amazing. So, fruit of the labor. The substation excavation is an ongoing success. Decades of scientific opportunity have been exposed in the last 3 weeks, and Milner expects a lot more to be revealed in the next month. I thought we already had enough to work on, but we keep adding to the pile, he said. I had to close our preparation lab to volunteers so we could make more room for fossils. The spoils of the scientific endeavor include the skeletons of coelacanths, various fossils of crocodilomorphs, insect trace fossils, a wide variety of unique plants, and an entirely new layer of dinosaur tracks. The dinosaur fossils recovered, including several teeth, over 4 inches long. That's not particularly big by dinosaur standards, but it's the largest ever found in St. George. That one found by a couple breaking up rocks in a rock pile, Milner said. They have never done this before, and the woman was in tears when she found it. I love encouraging people about this stuff, which is really exciting. That tooth may have belonged to the famous Dilophosaurus, but it's too early to tell. No, Dilophosaurus is later. It's like 10 million years later. Not a shot, it's Dilophosaurus. Could be the ancestor of Dilophosaurus, but it's not Dilophosaurus. Another exciting find are the outwardly unassuming iron concretions. Earth is being saved and stored because Milner knows incredible fossils are waiting inside. The concretions look ugly, but we know beautiful fossils are preserved inside, he said. We have over 30 fish specimens, some potentially new species. They'll be spectacular fossils once they're prepared. Milner hypothesizes that the theropod dinosaurs and crocodiles feasted on fish caught in the shallows of the prehistoric lake, which would explain the abundance of worn, broken teeth and partially desiccated fish preserved in the rocks. And check out, there's one of those theropod teeth right there. Beautiful. And these must be the other ones I haven't seen yet. Very nice. That is a chunky tooth. There is a fish inside of this iron concretion right here. Yeah, and we've got some fossil plants. Lovely. This is great. Yeah. Excellent. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this link with all of you in chat, and I'm going to post it to Blue Sky too. Let's do that. Lovely and well-written article from Cowboy State Daily. There we go. About our emergency fossil dig in St. George, Utah. I've been lucky enough to help with this very important project. And you can help too. Just just sharing the article is a start. Yeah, and let's do a... Do they not have the salute emoji? Goodness. That's like my favorite one, and probably my most used emoji is the saluting emoji. And I don't think we have it. Yeah. I mentioned here. Okay. I'm in the piece. Okay. And you can help too. There we go. Post. There we go. There is a link if you'd like to help boost this, if you happen to be on Blue Sky or whatever social media you're on. Yeah, really well-written article here. Really exciting, and there should be some stuff at the end about what you can do if you want to help. Milner admits he's a bit overwhelmed now, but he does not intend to stop. He'll keep working 12-hour days until he and his army of volunteers have searched every inch of the acre while keeping up the momentum to get St. George and the world behind his vision for the future. It's hard to stay away, he said. This is a massive project, but with the great volunteers, teams, and professionals coming out to help us, I'm confident we'll find even more unique discoveries. And getting to meet and work with all the people coming to St. George to help is amazing. Important stuff. Here, I feel like... oh, thank you, Claire. If you're looking for a way to support our fossil salvage operation, either by donating or by volunteering, then check out the museum's webpage about the project here. And then let me find that would be utah-dinosaurs.org. There we go. Substation quarry excavation. This should have links to donate, volunteer, and all this good stuff. There we go. Excellent. There's a link to that post right there. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, with that said, let's see if we can give Andrew a call right now. Fine. How do we do this? Make calls on PC. Rather than just holding my phone up, putting it on speaker and holding it up to the mic, like a baby boomer. Whoop. I'm gonna see if we can actually make a call via my browser here. Let's try and give Andrew Milner a call. These are microphones. Allow while visiting the site. Can you hear that, chat?
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Andrew, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Shoot, hang on a second.
Hello?
I got the wrong... I got the wrong microphone selected. Oh! Goodness, this is not like the default one. Here, settings. Call forwarding. Voicemails. Gosh darn it. So this is the thing when you've got like a special microphone setup for... Help, details. Audio settings. Okay. Microphone... Yeah, that should be the correct one. Yeah. Call audio, default headphones. Yeah. And then this button here. Okay, looks like that is working. Testing. All right, let's see if that works.
If you're not having fun.
Hey, Andrew, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Andrew? Gosh darn it, it's still not working. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry, I'm trying to call you through my web browser, and it had the wrong microphone selected. Apologies. You're on speaker right now with 250 plus people watching. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
good. We were just hoping to get an update about the site, ask how you're doing, ask how things are going, all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually sitting here working on a fish right now. In
Nice.
the quarry.
Okay.
We've got 3 today.
We can't stop finding them, Danny.
Yeah, that's Dustin. He's sitting here next to me.
Hey, Dustin, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good, buddy. Good to hear you.
You too, yeah.
We're pretty small crew this
Uh-huh.
afternoon, which is actually kind of nice for a change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a break.
Uh-huh.
And Jalee's actually sitting up there digging. Yeah, so the last couple of days we've been pulling out a whole bunch of shark's teeth, like the
Shark
Losotis.
teeth. Nice.
Yeah, and we've got that. We're now getting teeth from all different parts of the mouth, so that's really good. So we're
Very
getting
cool.
quite a wide variety, so it'll make our redescription of the shark much better.
Nice.
Yeah, we've got about another 4 or 5 dinosaur teeth.
All
there's
right.
been a few coelacanth bones found. We've got
part of a tail that's being worked on right now at the far end of the quarry in the upper bone bed. And we've got a huge area now cleared off on the bottom, so we're now peeling up layers. And I'd say we're probably getting close to 40 fish now from the lower beds.
Nice.
Complete to close to complete fish. Yep. And not enough help to find them all, really. They just keep coming. Yeah. So we've also we had a visit from the city lawyer here the other day, and and they put up signs all around the property: no trespassing, do not enter on the road, and stuff like that. So that's good, and donations have been continue to come in. Somebody bought us a jackhammer.
All right, a jackhammer. Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, a couple of wheelbarrows. We're still waiting on our shade tarps. Jim just left this morning. He stopped by for a few minutes. But yeah, we've been kind of a small crew today, which is, like I said, it's kind of a little bit of a break.
Yeah, not having to manage as many people. Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually drove down to Warner Valley today and tore down my camp. So yeah, it's starting to get warm. So probably a good time to start staying indoors.
Yeah.
Yeah. So things are going really well, and visitations at the museum are still pretty high.
Excellent. Yeah.
I
noticed when I was there, I tried to buy a T-shirt, and my size was completely out of stock, and I took that as a good sign. People have been going there and spending money, so yeah.
So what else? Trying to think of what else we may.
Well, there were 2 new articles in the news that we just looked at on stream. One from MSN and one from Cowboy State Daily, and
I haven't seen those yet.
They're good. They're good.
Okay, they just came out.
They just came out. I think it was on Friday, but
on Friday.
Yeah. By the way, Andrew, I really appreciate what you said about me. Thank you. I'm touched.
You're welcome. No, I mean, you've helped us in a big way here, so that's fantastic. Yeah, if you don't mind, if you could send me those links.
You bet. Yeah, I'll do that right now.
If you have them. Yeah, that would be cool. What else? Yeah, guess that's really about it at the moment. We're just digging away, and it's looking very likely that the city is going to give us more time. So that's really good news.
Excellent. That's fantastic.
Have more time to process the site. Fingers crossed. I'm actually just trying to piece together a fish right here as we're speaking.
Gotcha. Okay.
One of them took a little bit of a hit, but yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, do you have any updates about the storage container? Because that was mentioned in one of the articles. Is that a done deal? Is that happening for sure?
I haven't heard anything more about it. Julius is on the other end of the quarry, so he would have more information than myself.
Gotcha.
The person that was interested in purchasing it has. We've sent them the information that we received from the shipping container company. I'm not sure how we got that info. I think it might have been from the person that was looking to make the donation. Yeah, I'm not quite sure though.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Well, fingers crossed that all works out. That's exciting. And have you had a break yet this weekend? I know you were talking about going home for a few days.
Yeah, sort of. Sunday I came in a little bit later.
Okay.
I got here maybe 11 o'clock. But I'm planning on staying home on Wednesday.
Good. Okay. Good. You got to take a breather one of these days, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to stay away, and I love this stuff.
No, I understand. Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back. Probably on the 15th. That's my working tentative plan right now. So, and I can stay for a little less than a week, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
yeah.
good.
Anyway. Yeah, thanks for letting us bother you again real briefly. I appreciate it. I know how busy you are.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So I don't mind you calling anytime. Yeah, what was I going to say? There's we're over 450 specimens now.
450. Holy cow! Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
One of the articles said 380, and I said that sounds a little high, but 450.
No, well, I think it could be more. I haven't done a complete count. I was planning on doing that last night when I was at home, but my wife suddenly said, "Oh, she's decided early to stop working for the evening, probably because she hasn't seen me in a while." So anyway, we proceeded to watch a show, and I passed out.
Yeah.
And I was planning on staying up a little bit later, and anyway, it didn't work.
You deserve some rest. I'm glad you were able to get a little bit, and some family time too. Yeah.
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 All right. Well, I'll send you some texts when I get a count. Like I said, Wednesday. I'm hoping to stay at home and
fantastic. Okay.
Do a bunch of inventory. I'll spend time going through and entering info. I'm also looking forward to kind of looking at a count of how many complete to nearly complete fish we have.
Nice.
How many dinosaur teeth, all the other kinds of bizarre teeth we're finding. Oh, by the way, we found a really cool little tooth.
Oh.
It's dinosaur. It's about half an inch long, but I'd say it's super thin, long and thin, and it's got big serrations all down the edge of it.
Interesting.
Like a little knife. Such a cool tooth. It's split through the middle, but we've got all the pieces.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Also, this morning there was another tooth found. Well, I think it's a tooth. Jim looked at it as well, and he was like, "Oh, yeah, that's me." And it's broken through it. And it's different. It's a different shape.
Okay.
Fingers crossed. Maybe it's a big synapsid tooth.
Oh, wow.
That would be really cool. Anyway, we won't know until we start prepping it.
Sure, yeah. Until you get back to the lab, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, we're having fun, and it's kind of nice to actually just kind of sit around in the quarry today, and I'm playing with the fish beds.
Yeah.
Dustin and I and a couple of other people have been sitting around, and we're finding some neat stuff.
Excellent.
The shark's teeth are all coming out of this one little spot. A whole bunch of them. I'd say we're probably close to 15 shark's teeth now.
15 shark teeth. Wow. Impressive.
Yeah. What's really neat too, because you find them in the reddish brown rock. And when they're so we got a new search image for them. You get this like little greenish halo. And in the middle you can see like a little sparkle, and then when you start looking close, sure enough, they're shark's teeth.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
and it's amazing. There's actually there's no one digging in that spot right now. Maybe I'm going to change it up and come up here for a bit.
Nice. Yeah. Well, best of luck. I hope you find some more shark's teeth, and we'll give you another call tomorrow, but then Wednesday when you're taking a break, we'll hold off.
Well, no, you can call me. You can call me. I'll probably have new info for you.
Okay. Okay.
I'll be calling Hunter and Jaleesa all the time to kind of get updates.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Even though I'm not here, I got to know what's going on.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, Andrew. And
Okay. So so hopefully we'll be updating you and saying that we've found more of our theropod or something.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, and we're about to take a look at the wish list too. I emailed Jaleesa. Jim asked me to email Jaleesa and put some rock hammers and stuff on the wish list, so we'll take a look at those as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I noticed there's a lot of the pointy picks. We need more of the masonry hammers.
Gotcha. The chisel edged
those are
ones?
important. What's that?
The chisel edged ones, the ones with the flat tip on the
yeah. Yeah, those are great. Anyway, we're getting. We also got a sledge the other day.
Nice.
One of those indestructible sledges. It's I like it. It's gonna,
Right.
it's a good workout because it's got a shorter handle.
Uh-huh.
So it's an 8-pound sledge, but what's kind of funny when it arrived in the package, it's those labels they put up for heavy stuff.
Oh yeah.
There's we're talking like a 3-foot-long box, and it says Team Lift, and it says Team Lift on the box.
For a single sledgehammer, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, kind of weird.
That's great. Yeah.
All right. Well,
awesome.
Thank you for calling, and thanks to everybody there for donations, etc. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate your time, and we'll take a look at the wish list right now, and we'll give you another call tomorrow.
Okay, thanks a lot. Talk to you later.
All right. Thanks,
Bye.
Andrew. Bye. All right, excellent. I'm glad that functionality works too. I can call. I don't have to hold my phone up to the microphone like a baby boomer. Good stuff. Good stuff. That was, of course, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew R.C. Milner. Caricatured right here in his Canadian hockey jersey. Yeah, good stuff. Let's take a look at that wish list, shall we? And that's the hammer they want. It probably is, Claire, yeah. Here we go. So these are the ones that I sent to Jaleesa the other day. Needs 10, has 1, needs 10, has 1. So these are really, really important. Jim Kirkland, Utah State paleontologist, actually called me up on Friday or Saturday, and asked me to ask Jaleesa to put these on the list. Wheelbarrows, these medical bandages right here, generator, rock hammers, and then these. They actually need a lot more of these, as I understand it. The jeweler's loops like this, those magnifiers, along with all of these other items. Everything that's on here, they need more of. So if you're feeling really generous, if you've had a really good month, consider donating. This would help us out a lot, you know? So, yeah, here. Is that the right command? St. George wish list? Or is it wish list St. George? Anywho. And look at us being all technological. I know, right? 1528? Yeah. St. George wish. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. Good stuff. I don't know. I'm so proud to have been a part of this and to be able to help out. It's... When I first started this Twitch channel, I thought it would be a great way to do science outreach and get people excited about paleontology. Little did I realize that this could be a resource for really helping out in a direct, material way. It's pretty cool, you know? Yeah. I just wish I could go all week, but too, but I work. Yeah, Halle Berry. Well, I mean, the amount you've been able to help out, I'm sure, has been wonderful. Thank you for that. You know, kind of a mantra of mine, the way that things should work. You take what you need and you give what you can. You've been giving what you can, and that's... Appreciate you for it, Halle Berry. I really do. And thank you to everybody who's been reposting these. Quinley, thank you. Yeah, good stuff. Here, before I forget, we should do another post to Blue Sky with a screenshot here. Let's see if that screenshot came out. There we go, good enough. Got it on our first try. How often does that happen? Yeah. There we go, let's upload that. Just got off the phone again with Andrew Milner for an update on the St. George emergency fossil dig. Well, and now we're about to jump into paleontology news. Some additional paleontology news, I should say. Yeah. Join us and chat live at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Yeah. Screenshot of me. Screenshot from Twitch stream of me in my office. With a new light throwing the white balance off a bit. But with a 3D printed Plateosaurus skull. Plateosaurus plus Dimetrodon. Back wall, plus other paleontological and biological accoutrement. Save and
hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. Good stuff. Good stuff. There's a link to that post if you'd like to take a look. Yeah. And I find myself needing to run to the bathroom real quick, but I'm gonna play a video for you first. This. This wild new instrument brings a dinosaur back to life.
New instrument called the Dinosaur Choir uses CT scans and 3D modeling to recreate actual sounds of a Corythosaurus. Corythosaurus is one of these Lambeosaurine hadrosaurs, these duck-billed dinosaurs that have these elaborate crests. Here's Tolotolophus right here. Lambeosaurus, namesake of the group right there. Another Lambeosaurus there. These are duck-billed dinosaurs with these bizarre, elaborate crests on their heads. Many of them were hollow and presumably used as resonating chambers or similar. Yeah, here. Take a look at this right here. Oh, and this, oh goodness, was not properly timestamped. Should be, here we go. Right about here. There's Kirk Johnson.
Animals with elaborate chewing mechanisms in their jaws.
Among them were the hadrosaurs, commonly known as duckbills, because of the shape of their beaks. The largest
the narrator
were 30
there?
feet long and weighed
I'll be right
3
back.
tons.
Let me go use a
But
little
what set them
paleontologist
apart was a mouthful of 1,000 interlocking teeth.
These animals share some interesting properties of their face and mouth that really have something to say about how they might have fed on plants. These late Cretaceous dinosaurs would grate the vegetation between batteries of teeth. So they had a lot of ways to process plants.
Hadrosaurs were the most abundant dinosaurs in the world during the Cretaceous. In herds of up to 30,000, they trampled the plains of North America, leaving behind a trail of devastation. For dinosaurs traveling in vast herds, identification and communication can be a problem, but not for the hadrosaurs. From a distance, all duckbills looked alike. Closer up, the similarity ended. Some developed an amazing array of headgear. Lambeosaurus had a hatchet-shaped crest on the top of its skull. The crest of Corythosaurus covered its head like a helmet. Crested hadrosaurs ranged in length from 30 to 45 feet and weighed up to 4 tons. Adorned with spines and spikes and humps, these bizarre-looking beasts may not have been the prettiest creatures around, but they certainly stood out in the crowd. The most famous was Parasaurolophus. Its crest was a horn-like tube, 6 feet long, that curved backward from its head. Parasaurolophus has puzzled scientists since it was found in 1920. Some thought its crest was a snorkel for underwater breathing.
Yeah, nope.
But its end is sealed, making breathing impossible.
Red Salamander Zach, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
Meets the eye. At the New Mexico Museum of Natural History in Albuquerque, Tom Williamson has been trying to solve the mystery of what this massive crest was used for.
When Parasaurolophus lived, New Mexico looked very much like this. It was basically a tropical, subtropical jungle. And so we think that these dinosaurs, like Parasaurolophus, might have made sounds to communicate with each other, because these sounds could penetrate through this thick, jungly underbrush. These crests made very different sorts of sounds. They may have made sounds to help coordinate their movements, especially when they couldn't see each other.
To test his theory, Tom needed to look inside the crest without damaging it, so he decided to run it through a CAT scan.
And hang on a second.
This is the...
Red Salamander Zach says, well done on this StreamCon talk yesterday. I hope you enjoyed being part of the SciCon panel. I know I did. Red Salamander Zach, I was honored to share that panel with you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. We'll take a brief detour from this, because this is an okay stopping point. And let's talk about that. Does PaleoStream have VODs enabled? Let's take a look. There we go. Videos. 2 days ago, 3 days ago. What is this, 2 days ago? Yeah, here we go. So, apologies for, for starting a stream so early the other day. I know I probably broke some people's streaks with that, their viewing streaks. But I wanted to bring some more folks in to watch this live. This is part of a live science communication panel I was invited to over on PaleoStream. Yeah. Here.
A seabird researcher off a small island in the English Channel.
Like Oriodon, science communication is something that needs ever more attention these days.
You need to take some of your own advice.
Hang on a second.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Red Zed, thank you for the 27 months of support. Thank you for that prime there. I really appreciate it, Red Zed. Thank you,
Most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared.
And Dave Bassman.
The dinosaurs.
Thanks for the follow. Was that bass or bass? Are we talking about music or are we talking about ray-finned fishes? Or both, you know? Why not both? Appreciate you, Dave Bassman. Thank you for the follow. Red Zed, thanks for keeping me here online for the past 27 months. For that prime there.
State of global affairs. And so I thought some months ago, hey, that
so there's
would be a nice topic.
PaleoStream himself there, Joshua Knupe.
And I know a few people who are doing brilliant science communication online and offline, so why not invite them to talk a little bit about them? Scott, you don't have to look behind you. Look in the mirror.
Are they here? Lived a long time ago.
Some might be.
They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
And Manjot50, thank you for those 1,000 bits. Appreciate that, Manjot. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thank you kindly. The Scorch Hellfire says I showed up just in time for Twitch to not calculate it as counting for my streak. I'm sorry, Scorch Hellfire.
Here,
Yeah,
let's have
it happens
a
sometimes.
rundown of people.
Very room.
In this very room. We have with us Dr. Danny Anduza.
Not doctor, but
paleontologist
okay.
And also known as Paleontologizing, streaming here on Twitch. We have Stephen Bellatini working on YouTube with a brilliant YouTube channel, Your Dinosaurs Are Wrong. Joining us also is Zach Waite, who is studying science communication. Next to him, we have Scott Johnson.
So that's you, Zach. Excellent.
PhD candidate, I think, in the moment.
Good to see you, Zach.
Nope, just a fossil preparator.
Just true. You were the fossil preparator part. Yeah.
Just a fossil preparator, the unsung heroes of the paleontological world, those who actually clean the fossils, get them ready for research and curation and everything. We wouldn't have paleontology if it weren't for curators.
Yes. The skeleton crew is large, and it's so hard to remember everyone. Then there's little old me. Next to me, Amelia Zitloff, I think soon to be not just PhD candidate. Potentially. So.
If all goes well, theoretically.
If all goes well, theoretically, she says.
There we go.
I didn't win. But yeah, theoretically.
I think she had some microphone
Amelia,
trouble.
your audio is cutting out a lot.
Anyway.
Look, I have been.
And then we got Riley Black there too.
Plants this time.
That's right. Yes,
Nice.
When the Earth Was
Yeah.
Green actually hit the USA Today.
I've been
bestseller
seeing that all over the
last
place.
month.
I haven't got myself a copy of that yet, but
Congratulations.
anyway, this is a really fun panel. Here is a link to that VOD. And I think Josh will be putting up the VOD on YouTube at some point too. We'll take a look at that. But I was honored to be part of this. Afterward, we were saying we could have done 3 hours worth of discussion about this easily. And yet it was just, what, 45 minutes or fewer. Yeah. And he's already uploaded some of them. Very nice. Yeah. Anyway, super cool stuff. Honored to be here with all these good folks. Check out that VOD, and that's why I did a super early Saturday morning stream this week, trying to gather some viewers in so that we could raid into PaleoStream and get those viewership numbers up a bit. Yeah. So I'm sorry. I am genuinely sorry if I ruined anybody's viewership streak during that, because it was it was like a 39-minute stream or something. It's very short, but it was for a good cause, so sorry. Anyway.
Murph is overloading the system
And
with
Murph,
10 gift
thank
subs.
you for those 10 gift subs there. There's 10 chatters who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. 10 times 30, that's 300 days of ad-free viewing. Thank you, Murph. And look how excited this Tinamu bird is about your generosity there, Murph. Get out of there, it's gonna blow! Oh, shoot. Not again. Goodness. Appreciate you, Murph.
If you're feeling a bit
Thank
cheated,
you.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Excellent stuff. Begin work on regaining my streak. 96 streak before the weekend. Sorry, XVR. See, and thank you, BJ White, for the 100 bits. This is kind of like, you know, you've got a long storied lineage of organisms, and then there's a mass extinction, and then they almost all go extinct, and you almost got to start from scratch, you know? You get these kind of reset events in Earth history. Whether it's a mass extinction or whether it's an early morning super short paleontologizing stream. Sometimes you just get these stochastic events. That's the way the world works. I have to keep mine going for Matnum 33. Yeah, sorry Matnum 33. Good stuff. Where were we, though? We were about to talk about lambeosaurs and estimating, simulating, trying to figure out what sounds they could have made based on the structure of their skulls. Let's take a look.
Partial skull of a Parasaurolophus, one of these crested duck-billed dinosaurs. It's lying on its side. This is the eye socket, and this is the crest extending out from the skull roof back behind the head. And we want to see what the structure, the internal structure of this crest is like, what the labyrinth of tubes, etc., inside of this crest looks like.
The CAT scan produced hundreds of X-rays that, when assembled, created a detailed image of the crest. Inside were 10 hollow chambers connected to the animal's nasal passages, suggesting Parasaurolophus may have used his crest to communicate with other duckbills.
His or her. We don't know.
To find out, Tom enlisted the aid of computer scientist Carl Diegert of Sandia National Labs. Together, they modeled...
And look at these ultra-modern computers. Just how cutting edge this is.
The crest on a high-performance computer to recreate the sound. The labyrinth of tubes and air cavities resembled those of a French horn. Now, 68 million years later, Parasaurolophus's call of the wild can be heard once again.
You turn them off and they go tink.
The main
It's
pitch
like a
of
physical
his
noise.
call is quite low. It's at 38 hertz. This is a pure version. So that particular component of the sound roots this whole call. So again, that particular note, that first octave D, is set basically by measuring how long.
Praise the
his
sunlight,
main
dude.
sinus
Welcome.
passage
Good to
was.
see you.
The longest tube produced the main sound, and the shorter tubes produced higher notes.
Makes sense.
When resonating at the same time, it was a primeval symphony.
What's cool about this is that I can kind of relate to this as somebody who was in band in high school. The longer the tube, the deeper the sound it makes. So when you're playing a trombone, I never played trombone. I played trumpet. But you push the slide out on a trombone, it makes a longer note. You pull it in and it makes a shorter note. A trumpet is higher pitched than a trombone, partly because it's shorter, and then a cornet, which is like a carbine version of a trumpet, is shortened. Even higher notes. Yeah. There we go.
Trombone channel. This is every note on the trombone.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
J. Burke Scubs, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I was trying to find a video where it just shows you how trombones work, but that might be a little bit too simple even for YouTube here. Anyway, you push the slide out and it makes a lower note. You pull it in and it makes a higher note. So a trombone here, long tubes like this, produces, in general, lower notes than a trumpet. This is my instrument that I played when I was from 5th grade until sophomore year of high school, I think. A cornet is shorter than a trumpet. So this is like the carbine version of a trumpet. This is for close quarters brass performance. It is a little bit higher pitched. Like when you play cornet, you're often trying to like work against that, as I understand it. But yeah. Anyhow, so by figuring out the length and the width, just the morphology of these tubes in a hadrosaur's crest like this, in a Lambeosaurine hadrosaur's crest, you can start to figure out what it would actually sound like in life. There you go, Helvetica scenario. Yeah.
It's quite a startling sound. It's not something that people let.
And Scorch Hellfire says, interesting, when I was playing cornet, the band director just treated it like it was another trumpet. It does sound a little bit different from what I understand. I didn't play cornet, but yeah, I feel like it naturally wants to be higher pitched, and so you might adjust your embouchure, just the way that you're arranging your lips to make certain notes. You might adjust that so that you'll kind of be on the same plane as the trumpets. That's my understanding. Again, I'm not really a music guy.
At least this century we build musically. I like to say it sounds almost chaotic.
It's nothing that I've ever heard before, and it sent shivers up my spine. It was just so strange.
The wilds of the...
Very cool. And Diagonal, this sounds interesting from Yamaha. What's the difference between a trumpet and a cornet? At first glance, trumpets and cornets appear to be very similar, but they actually have some significant differences, as well as slightly different lineages. Let's take a closer look at these two distinctive brass instruments. That's an early trumpet. That's funny. What's this old-timey stuff? It reminds me of, here it is on a t-shirt. Some old-timey horns there. Wish I was at home. Forgot to wash my shroud. Don't know the song they're tooting. Anywho, difference between a trumpet and a cornet. Yeah, so cornet's like a shortened version of it. Interesting. Yeah, if I had more of a music background, I think a lot of this would make more sense. But, a dirter. Anyhow. Trumpet is generally higher pitched than a dirter.
The late Cretaceous boomed with the song of Parasaurolophus. Dirter. But another sound in the forest was far more terrifying.
Yeah, anyway. So what we're talking about here is these duck-billed dinosaurs and figuring out what sounds they would have made
So
based on
that particular component
scans of their
sound
skulls.
Roots this whole column.
So this is a very kind of digital approach. Some other folks have used more analog approaches for this kind of thing. Like, for instance, right here.
Dirter.
Home Sweet Home.
The University
Berkeley.
of California, Berkeley. Paleontologist David Weishempel of the Johns Hopkins University has come to study a remarkable fossil that may provide clues to possible dinosaur communication. The animal was Parasaurolophus. It had a strange, elongated crest on its head. For a long time, scientists pondered over its purpose.
Some scientists early on thought that because, say in this Parasaurolophus, the crest projects behind the head, well, because they're hollow, they were used as air storage chambers, say for underwater feeding. Other scientists have thought it was used as a snorkel, but there's no hole at the end. Another idea was that the crest was used to cool the brain. It's hollow and very close to the brain inside the skull. But there are other animals that lived at the same time that didn't have these sorts of things, and yet they survived. So it's hardly likely that the crests were used specifically to cool the brain.
Yep. So we had, as this topic part of today's, a little bit, Starman, I guess. We're being kind of loosey-goosey with our topic today. Any questions that anybody has, you know, shout them out and we'll get to them. But I want to cover this first because this has to do with a piece of fossil news here. We've got, right here, this wild new instrument brings the dinosaur back to life. This is what we're building up toward with this video right here. Now, somebody was saying I had a dinosaur atlas with this art. That is John Sibbick's art right there. Which we can find in this classic book. Dave Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia from back in the day. This is from the mid-1980s, I think published in 85. Let's find our hadrosaurs here. There we go. Hadrosaurids 2, the Lambeosaurs. So, that's funny. I think, I don't know if Chindausaurus is still considered a Lambeosaurine, and Saurolophus certainly isn't. It's a Saurolophine. But anyway, Parasaurolophus right here, like you see there. And Corythosaurus, who is the dinosaur we'll be seeing in that article and in the accompanying video. These are both Lambeosaurians. These dinosaurs have got these incredible hollow crests like this, with these nasal passages that run from the nares, the bony nostrils, down into the respiratory apparatus, down into the lungs of these critters. Lambeosaurus has an analogous but different kind of structure there. You know, it's Similar in principle, but different shape. Same with Corythosaurus. So that's what we're talking about here. Different sounds produced by different dinosaurs. How can we model what they would actually have sounded like based on the fossil evidence?
Some scientists early on thought that because, say in this Parasaurolophus, the crest projects behind the head, well, because they're hollow, they were used as air storage chambers, say for underwater feeding. Other scientists have thought it was used as a snorkel, but there's no hole at the end. Another idea was that the crest was used to cool the brain. It's hollow and very close to the brain inside the skull. But there are other animals that lived at the same time that didn't have these sorts of things, and yet they survived. So it's hardly likely that the crests were used specifically to cool the brain.
Yeah, not a chance, huh? HD says, I wonder if Lambeosaurus were as cute and fluffy as a baby lamb. Maybe when they were babies. Here, another book. Another book here. In the Presence of Dinosaurs. Has got a depiction of some really lovely baby hadrosaurs. Not here. I'll get to that page. My favorite chapter in this whole book was this one, Corridor, about these Campanian-aged dinosaurs. Critters like Parasaurolophus here. Yeah, I love the art. I love the writing. Brilliant book. Here's either Corythosaurus or Hypacrosaurus and Parasaurolophus living side by side. Got some Troodon right there. Yeah, everybody loves Troodon. Here's Parasaurolophus doing their thing. More Parasaurolophus. There's Parasaurolophus feeding their babies. Very fuzzy little cute babies. And there we go, yeah. So this is supposed to be a hatchling Parasaurolophus right here. We don't know whether hatchling dinosaurs like this had fuzzy, downy feathers or not. We don't know. We have bones from many hatchling duckbill dinosaurs, but no preserved skin, to my knowledge, and certainly no preserved feathers. They could have had feathers. We don't know yet. So, yeah, it's certainly possible, but we're not sure. Anyhow, back to here.
The puzzle intrigued Weishampel. He decided to investigate by slicing open one of the fossil heads to expose the inside of the crested chamber.
So what I found was, say this is a skull, and you're looking at a cutaway of the crest, and that it's hollow from the base of the crest down here up through the tip of the crest. The crest is hollow. There's a passageway along all the way to the end of the crest. Sharp U-bend here. And then it continues along above itself all the way out to the nostrils. So if we position a vocal organ, some sort of sound generator in the throat here, that produces some sound. That sound is forced through the back of the throat, past the back of the palate, up into the crest, along the entire length of the crest, and scoots around here at the U-bend, comes along here, and the sound is emitted into the environment at the level of the nostrils.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
EB Knight, thank you for the 10 months of support. Appreciate you, EB Knight. Thanks for keeping me online.
An animal as bizarre as Parasaurolophus really called for kind of a creative approach. So what I did was go down to the local hardware store, get some PVC tubing, got some small bits to fit on the end to make that real sharp U-bend at the end of the crest. Fashioned myself kind of a creative little mouthpiece where the vocal organ is. And when I was done, what I got was, believe it or not, this model.
Yep.
But actually, this is just about
much more
the size
analog.
And shape of the crest of these rather bizarre animals. And what you'll be hearing next is the sounds that these dinosaurs made some 75 million years ago.
That is close to the size, Clara.
A hadrosaur minuet in G. Girder. There were other members of the crested hadrosaur family. Perhaps they too were capable of producing sound.
What's really funny is that Chindausaurus, it didn't really look like this. We now have a better understanding of what this animal would look like. Yeah, Chindausaurus. There's a really antiquated reconstruction. Nowadays, we recognize it would have looked like this. Big bits of the crest were missing. And so, yeah, should look like that. You know, much more kind of like typical hadrosaur, lambeosaurian shape. Not like that. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, good stuff.
The ear canal of a crocodile bears a striking resemblance to that of a crested hadrosaur. Crocodiles hear very low-frequency sounds. Comparing the two led Weishampel to ask, might dinosaurs have used such sounds to communicate?
Low-frequency sound carries a tremendous distance compared to high-frequency sound, simply over any kind of terrain, because they are they have such long wavelengths that things don't get in the way of low-frequency sound. So if the object of the game is to communicate over kilometers, miles, low-frequency sound will do it, whereas high-frequency sound will not. The other advantage is that low-frequency sound sources are very hard to locate, so that a hadrosaur out there honking away is going to be tough to locate. And just think of going to a choir concert, and you close your eyes. It's really easy to pick out where the soprano is, whereas it's very difficult to pick out where the baritones and basses are. The same thing applies to hadrosaurs honking in the late Cretaceous. That if the object of your communication is, look out, there's a tyrannosaur here, and you don't want the tyrannosaur to focus in on you, you make noises at really low frequency.
So Parasaurolophus probably used low-frequency sound to confuse predators as well as to communicate.
Interesting idea.
Communication denotes social behavior, such as that displayed by African elephants.
Anywho, Crimson Carnotaurus says, besides Lambeosaurians, any other dinosaurs have been found with signs relating to vocal? We've got nasal passages of ankylosaurs, big armored dinosaurs. Twisty, curvy nasal passages in ankylosaurs. Those might have something to do with vocalization, or it might have something to do with, like, water retention. Given that these animals lived in very dry environments, it might have helped with helping moisten the air as it's coming in and helping retain that moisture as the animal exhales. Think of it like a still suit from Dune, you know? But it may have had something to do with vocalization, too. Apart from that, I can't think of, off the top of my head, any other examples of, like, vocal apparatus in dinosaurs. Well, we'll get to that a little bit. There's evidence of potentially, like, a syrinx in ankylosaurs, too. But anywho, with all of that set up, let's get to our article here. This is a neat piece of news. This wild new instrument brings a dinosaur back to life. New instrument called the Dinosaur Choir uses CT scans and 3D modeling to recreate actual sounds of a Corythosaurus. So we've got a 3D printed, kind of simplified Corythosaurus skull here. This almost looks like a submarine sail, like a conning tower right here. Superstructure. This is all 3D printed too, which is really neat. I do a lot of 3D printing myself. I'm printing a different part of a hadrosaur, a duck-billed dinosaur, at present. This is from the tail. We've got ossified tendons and vertebrae here. So this way, once I get this thing finished and assembled and painted, I'll be able to use it as a visual aid when we're talking about ossified tendons. In hadrosaurs, these tendons are ligaments that from the tail that actually turn to bone as the animal grows and matures, help stiffen the tail so it can be held outright horizontally behind the body for balance without exerting too much energy. Anyway, that's what I'm printing right now. Little rod things, exactly, Carnotaurus, yeah. Anywho, here is our article by Grace Snelling. If you've ever wondered what a dinosaur might have actually sounded like, now there's a way to find out. It comes in the form of the Dinosaur Choir, a musical instrument created by artists Courtney Brown and Cezary Gajewski. The instrument, which takes the form of an accurate, life-size dinosaur skull, allows human musicians to recreate possible dinosaur vocalizations by blowing into a mouthpiece. It's set to debut this weekend at the 27th Guthman Competition, a global contest to select the year's most innovative new instruments of the future. I love how duckbill dinosaur vocal apparatus are being displayed at a showcase of future instruments. That makes me smile. Yeah, the future truly is in the past, Claire Burr. There you go. The 10 semi-finalists hailed from 7 different countries, proposing prototypes that include everything from a customizable trumpet to a kind of guitar-harp combo and a flute-esque instrument called the Uderbot. Each of the contenders presents new musical possibilities, whether through the form of the instrument, the sound it produces, the user input, or some combination of the three. The Dinosaur Choir takes an extensive body of research into the anatomy of an adult Corythosaurus and converts it into a playable, interactive experience, letting the musician actually embody the extinct creature itself. To begin mapping out the structure of the Dinosaur Choir, Brown and Gajewski first partnered up with paleontologist Thomas Dudgeon of the Royal Ontario Museum, the ROM, in Toronto, who provided them with a CT scan of a fossilized Corythosaurus skull. Again, Corythosaurus is the Corinthian helmet lizard. Corythosaurus. There's a lovely depiction of it from artist Michael Skrepnik there. Yeah. It's got this almost dinner plate shaped crest atop its head. Right there, Corythosaurus. Elegant animal, in my opinion. The scan of the skull allowed them to create an initial model of the dinosaur skull and nasal passage structure. Then, using the 3D skull, Dudgeon and Brown carried out a process called retro-deformation. This is essentially a kind of restoration performed using existing diagrams and scientific papers for reference to resolve any damage to the structure caused by prolonged burial. So basically, they're taking this, like, kind of scrunged up CT scan that they have, and they're smoothing it out. They're removing the imperfections. They're simplifying it to the point where you could kind of turn it into an instrument, if that makes sense. After a skull is buried underneath the ground for millions of years, parts of it crush or bend, Brown explains. We used 3D modeling to restore the fossil so that it is closer to its original form. With the retro-deformation step complete, the Corythosaurus skull replica, including the internal nasal passages, were ready to be 3D printed. Next, Brown set out to encode the dinosaur's actual vocalizations. Researchers in biology and human anatomy have created computational models of the mechanics of the voice. Human, bird, and alligator, Brown says. These are sets of mathematical equations that describe the air pressure change, i.e. the sound, that result from the biological and physical processes of the vocal folds. I take these equations and I put them into the computer code to create sound in real time. So basically, they're creating a computer model of what this would sound like given different embouchure, different amounts of air blown through, that kind of thing. Really neat stuff. Brown started by recreating bird vocal models based on existing models of the syrinx, or the avian vocal box. Then she says, because the sound is created by simulating the physical anatomy with math, she's able to modify the model to fit with estimated dinosaur anatomy. Very cool stuff. So we'll look at the video in a minute, but we'll read this first. We've got to eat our vegetables before we get to this. Despite all these steps, there's still an inevitable uncertainty as to the accuracy of the final sounds. No non-avian dinosaur vocal organs have yet been found. That kind of like soft tissue, syrinx, larynx, whatever these animals are using. We don't have a lot of information about that yet. Vocal organs tend to be made of soft tissue such as cartilage and therefore much less likely to be fossilized and preserved. Additionally, vocalization is a behavior, Brown adds. An animal can potentially make more sounds using their anatomy than they actually produce. This is true on an individual level, but also on a species level. This behavior, so basically an animal might be physically capable of producing a certain sound and might never make that sound during its entire lifetime, just because, well, why would it necessarily, you know? This behavior is very difficult, perhaps impossible, to detect via the fossil record. What traces would the sounds leave behind? Yeah. To account for this variability, Brown made 2 different vocal models for the dinosaur choir, one based on a dove syrinx, so the vocal apparatus of a dove bird, and one based on a raven syrinx. Currently, she notes, she's also working on a 3rd model based on an alligator larynx, as it is not settled science whether most dinosaurs had vocal organs closer to alligators or birds. So the dinosaur choir, this device that we're going to see in the video, is controlled by a camera and a microphone, which detects the user's mouth shape and breath, respectively. So rather than having a physical mouthpiece that the performer blows through, and you gotta like put your lips on it and everything, you know, in this era of COVID and everything else, you don't want to do that with a bunch of people at a... They found a way around that. Having a camera and a microphone there. You just put your lips near it, where the camera can see it and the microphone can hear it. And then the mouth shape that you make and the sounds that you produce will get translated via the computer program into a dinosaur sound. Really neat. By manipulating these inputs, the musician can essentially play the Corythosaur's theorized vocal cords across a range of pitches and volumes, from a high, bright call to a low, almost mournful croon. Ultimately, we may never know exactly how our extinct predecessors sounded when they walked the Earth, but with the dinosaur choir, we can get pretty darn close. Very neat. Here's a link to this, and we'll take a look at the video. Here is the link.
Dinosaur Choir allows gallery visitors and musicians to give life to an extinct dinosaur. Participants blow into a microphone, activating the dinosaur computational vocal box, which produces a sounding vocalization resonating through the dinosaur's nasal passages and skull.
Very cool.
I became interested in dinosaur sound when I went to a New Mexico museum and I heard the sound of a Parasaurolophus.
Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus. That's we've got Parasaurolophus emotes here. There they are in the chat. Yeah. By the way, that must have been this same museum that we saw in this clip.
Parasaurolophus's call of the wild can be heard once again.
The main pitch of his call is
again,
quite
this
low.
is at the New Mexico
Parasaurolophus has
Museum
puzzled
of
scientists
Natural
since
History.
it was found in 1920. Some thought its crest was a snorkel for underwater breathing, but its end is sealed, making breathing impossible. Others think there's more to it than meets the eye.
Here we go. There's the museum.
At the New Mexico Museum of Natural History in Albuquerque,
Bingo.
Tom Williamson has been trying to solve the mystery of what this massive crest was used for.
So yeah, this was the museum that inspired this person to create them.
Nasal passages and skull. I became interested in dinosaur sound when I went to a New Mexico museum and I heard the sound of a Parasaurolophus, another duck-billed
Parasaurolophus. Petrodactylus says, yeah, that museum is incredible. I've been to that one. I haven't been yet. That's very cool.
Dinosaur with a large hollow crest. You could press a button.
And by the way, who's our new chatter here? CBS Orge, how are you doing? CB Sorge, welcome to Paleontologizing.
Button and then hear the sound. I realized then that dinosaurs could have been singers like me. I fell in love. However, as a musician, that's not how I make sound. As a vocalist, I use my breath, and dinosaurs probably did as well. So I decided to create an instrument allowing more authentic embodied experience of vocalization. My first project was RAR.
So this sort of thing, I think this is really, really neat because it's combining dinosaur paleontology, which is my field, with music, with performance, and with computer programming, with engineering, with 3D printing. This is really cool. This sort of thing is right up my alley. I get excited about this sort of thing. Oh, and very nice, Petrodactylus. You had some of your art showcased at the Prehistoric Art Gallery in New Mexico. Very cool, Petrodactylus. CB Sword says, found you from Paleo StreamCon. Well, welcome, CB. It's great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Welcome, welcome.
A study in sonic skulls. I recreated the skull
There you
of
go, Mayor Space, yeah.
another Lambeosaurine hadrosaur. In this first iteration of my dinosaur vocalization project, the larynx was entirely physical. Dinosaur Choir is a continuation of my previous dinosaur work.
So before, this was analog, so she was literally blowing through the air passages in this 3D print, it sounds like. So she's literally like putting her mouth on that, blowing through, and then there's air going through these nasal passages and then making those sounds. The follow-up, the one that we're talking about now, this is an evolution of that. This is kind of the next stage. A little bit more complex.
Dinosaur vocalization
That is Corythosaurus, Claire,
The larynx was entirely physical. Dinosaur Choir is a continuation of my previous dinosaur work. I received a grant to work with the Dinosaur Paleontology Lab of University of Alberta, and I was able to update the work with current dinosaur research. For instance, when I first started the work, the general consensus was that non-avian dinosaurs use larynges like mammals and crocodiles to vocalize. However, the first non-avian dinosaur larynx was discovered in 2023, and the anatomy led the researchers to hypothesize that non-avian dinosaurs had a syrinx like a bird.
Which is interesting. There's still some dispute about this. I've heard different things from different workers in the field about, did dinosaurs have a true syrinx? Is it like, did birds actually inherit that from their dinosaur ancestors? Or is the syrinx like a unique avian trait? And then non-avian dinosaurs, some of them evolve a similar structure independently that you could call a syrinx or not call a syrinx, you know. It's kind of like the pygostyle in birds. The really short nubbin of like tail vertebrae. Bird pygostyle. Here we go. So in birds, there it is highlighted in green. Their tail vertebrae in modern birds are fused up into what we call a pygostyle, sometimes referred to as a parson's nose. There it is there. Yeah, pygostyle. The funny thing is, this is a trait that is, in a certain sense, unique to birds. This is something that birds have today that no other animal has. And when birds evolved from their theropod ancestors, this is something that they develop as an attachment point for these tail feathers. But then after birds evolved from dinosaurs, different groups of dinosaurs also evolved the same thing independently, or at least a very similar thing. There's an Oviraptorosaur called Nomingia that also developed a pygostyle like that. It's shortening up its tail. Some of its vertebrae are fusing up at the end for this same kind of purpose. So yeah, there you go. Nomingia gobiensis. Distal series of caudal vertebrae, which are fused into a pygostyle. There you go. So maybe the syrinx is a similar thing. Birds today have a syrinx, and that makes them unique among other living animals. But even though it's a very special trait among birds, other groups of dinosaur may have independently evolved a very similar structure that you might also call a syrinx. So yeah, we're still kind of figuring that out, you know? Yeah. Anyway, back to our video.
Researchers to hypothesize that non-avian dinosaurs had a syrinx like a bird. In this phase of the project, I'm first focusing on Corythosaurus across the lifespan, as crests change, as the...
Oh, what do we call this, chat? Oh boy, change over an individual organism's lifetime? What kind of change do we call that? What is this? What's this whole area of study called? Not metamorphosis, mirror space.
Ontogeny.
There you go, Miss Capri Cal.
Tragedy.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, ontogeny. Ontogeny. The changes that an organism undergoes during its individual lifespan. As it grows and matures, sometimes its body
Ontogeny.
changes. We call that ontogeny. So here it is in Triceratops.
Ontogeny.
And here it is in Corythosaurus. From a juvenile like this, with basically no crest at all, to a subadult with a crest like that, to a full-blown adult, really impressive crest on it.
The Corythosaurus goes from juvenile to adolescent
There you go, Charlie's
to adult.
dragon.
While RAR is a subadult teenage Corythosaurus, the dinosaur choir implements an adult Corythosaurus, and I have plans to implement a juvenile fossil skull as a musical instrument as well. Further, for dinosaur choir, I have created a computational vocal mechanism. This allows for different dinosaur vocalization hypotheses to be realized and experienced by musicians and audiences. The vocal mechanisms of dinosaurs are not known, as such soft tissue rarely preserves, and the vocalizations themselves are a type of behavior which leaves no fossils at all. So implementing multiple mechanisms allows representation of the scientific uncertainty. As sound production is now separated from the means of interaction, I have also experimented with different human-computer interfaces.
Very
Currently, musicians can drive sound outcomes via mouth shape and breath.
Very cool. So again, you don't actually have to contact it with your mouth. You just lean in, you produce a little bit of sound, and then I presume you got to be really conscious about what your embouchure is too. What your lips are doing. And the program takes that, turns that into sound. How cool is that? Amazing. Performance with Syrinx Model 2, model based on a computation model of a dove syrinx, so from a columbiform bird, and coup mechanisms by Elements, Zaccarelli et al., 2006-2009. This model imagines a single membrane syrinx in the trachea, like a dove. Oh, hang on. All right. Or 16 months ago. You aren't gruesome. Ariana Celestine, thank you for the 16 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ariana. Thanks for keeping me here online. Really appreciate that. Yeah. This model imagines a single membrane syrinx in the trachea like a dove and other non-passerine birds. Additionally, the model accounts for 2 different types of muscles creating pressure in the syrinx. Sounds almost more like a whale. Very cool. Pretty neat.
A goal of Dinosaur Choir is to investigate dinosaur vocalization via visceral musical experience and instrument design. How can a musical instrument contribute to scientific knowledge? How can playing an instrument lead the player to wonder what it is like being an entirely different creature, to contemplate deep time? What kind of empathies can we develop for an extinct animal? Dinosaur Choir also opens up the world of experimental music and sound to new audiences in science museums and dinosaur communities. The work has also generated a lot of excitement for science in music and art communities, particularly with children, and it has helped educate the public about dinosaurs and the scientific process.
So this is really neat. So this, you know, I was talking on the panel on Saturday, science communication, and about how so much of science communication is, unfortunately, just kind of, based on how the internet works, it's kind of preaching to the choir. Talking to people who already know that they're interested in science, you're not really reaching new audiences. This seems like it's reaching new audiences. By kind of building a bridge between music and paleontology, can really capture people's imaginations. I think that's pretty special. Not preaching to a dino choir. There you go, Cap. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Fantastic. Again, I'll give you a link to that right there. Really neat. What about Choironosaurus for a group name in reference to Chironosaurus? Interesting idea, Carnotaurus there. Yeah. Yeah. Neat stuff. Neat stuff, Mini Pie. Here, can I brush you? Here, we'll take a landlord break here. You permit me to brush you some more? What do you think? Yeah? I think it's a pretty hearty yes there. Right, there we go. And Charlie's Dragon says music, computers, coding, and dinosaurs. Lots of ways to reach new people. Yeah. Pretty neat stuff. I like that a lot. Here, I think Mini Pie is really looking for some treats here, though. What do you think, Mini? You looking for more treats? Is that what you're excited about? Yeah? There we go. Look at those. Just for you. Good stuff. How's that? You got all of them. Well done. I'd prefer if you would have chewed them, but I know you might be having some tooth problems right now. Again, we're gonna try and take care of that the day after tomorrow, huh? Wednesday for you? On Wednesday for you? Yeah. She's got a vet appointment on Wednesday. Yeah. Good stuff. Do you want more? Is that what you want? All right. I think we can make that happen. Really likes the new treats. Thank you again to Niffler for sending me the funds for these. Look. Ah, look at those. Well, well, well. Good stuff. Excellent. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going, Minnie? Alright, she got what she came here for. Oh, and very cool, Miss Capri Kel. Awesome. Is the Capri in your name a reference to, like, Capridae, the goat family? Miss Capri Kel? Capridae. That it. Goats. Yeah, here on our tree of life, we'll zoom into the goats. There we go, right there. Capra hircus is the common domestic goat. But these guys as well. I want to say Capridae is the name of a family, but or at least it used to be. Caprinae. There we go. Caprinae. Caprinae, also sometimes referred to as the tribe Caprini, is the family. Oh, it's part of the ruminant family Bovidae. Okay, so it's within Bovidae. That makes sense. So this includes a bunch of different goats. Goats, goats, goats. Caprinae. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And goats
if dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this, living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Burglar thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And goats are cows? No, so Bovidae is not just cows, Claire Burr. It's cows and their relatives, including goats and maybe antelopes too. Yeah, bovids, it's 137 species. So it's goats and gazelle and wildebeest and muskox and bison and all kinds of critters. Not just cows. Yeah. Bovidae. It's a big group. It's a big group. So it's the hoofed mammals? No, Kaz the Dapper Lass. Hoofed mammals, ungulates, are way broader than this. Bovids are a specific group of hoofed mammals. But if we're out to go to ungulata, or painungula. Let's go out to Artiodactyla at least. The cloven-hoofed ungulates. This is a group that includes bovids, like bison, giraffids, like giraffes, camelids, like llamas and camels, hippopotamus, and also whales. Whales are part of this group. The cloven-hoofed ungulates, the artiodactyls. Whales are a kind of hoofed mammal. I know that's going to be news to some people here. But, that's true. Whales evolved from a terrestrial, land-dwelling, almost wolf or coyote-like hoofed mammal, something similar like Pachycetus. And then each one of these different stages we have well represented in the fossil record. The transition of whales from land to water is pretty well documented, and it's getting better and better every single year. The evolution of whales is a truly fascinating period in the history of life on Earth. It's such a cool example of how paleontology works, you know? Pretty darn cool. And Sunny says, don't whales have leg bones? Some of them do. Yeah. So critters like Doryudon, they still had remnants of their hind legs. They still have little bones right there in this tiny little vestigial hind limb. But some whales, even today, have gotten remnants of their hind limbs. Whether it's part of the pelvic girdle or whether it's actually part of the limbs themselves. Many whales have this even to this day. So here is the skeleton of a Mysticete whale, a baleen whale. I think this is a right whale here. And there's the pelvic bones.
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
And Buell Oka, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Miss Caprikel says it just floats there? Yeah. It's just there embedded within the flesh of the animal. It's not attached to the vertebral column anymore. Those remnants of the hips, they're just there. Pretty cool, right? Pretty darn cool. Let's take a look at see if this is any good. This video right here.
Cetaceans have an amazing history.
So cetaceans are whales. Whales, dolphins, porpoises. Cetacea is the group there. So from Artiodactyla to here. Next to our hippos. There we go. This clade is called Whippomorpha. This is the whales and the hippos. So hippos branch off right here. You go a bit further up this way and you get to Cetacea. This is the whales. Or whales, dolphins, and porpoises. I use the word Cetacea as pretty much synonymous with whale, so yeah. Anyway, take a look.
Cetaceans have an amazing history. They've been evolving now over the past 50 million years. And they actually evolved from a small mammal that used to live on land. It was called the Pachycetus. It looked kind of like a hyena. And over the course of this evolution, they evolved for their marine environment. And at a certain point, they didn't need their hind legs anymore. But as you can see in this modern sperm whale skeleton of Ciso, there's still these two small bones that are suspended in air that are their pelvic rudiments where they had their hind limbs.
Yep.
And so they still have these bones even though they don't actually have hind limbs anymore.
Pretty cool stuff. The evolution of whales, really, really interesting. It's so neat. And Petrodactyla says, I never realized that hippos were so closely related to whales and such. Oh yeah. Here, I'll play you a video from PBS Eons about this. They always do good work. And that'll give me a chance to get a little bit of a snack here too, so I don't fall over. And Podok says, so whales are fish too? I mean, strictly speaking, all animals with bones are fish. So yeah, you know, Herman Melville writing Moby Dick referring to whales as fish. He was wrong, but he was also more correct than he realized, you know? Not because whales are particularly fishy, but because all animals with bones are, strictly speaking, a kind of fish. They're all part of Sarcopterygia. So whales, along with all other mammals, all other reptiles, all amphibians, they all belong to this group. Sarcopterygia. These are the lobe-finned fishes, which includes what we call tetrapods. Tetrapods are animals with bones that mostly live on land. Some of them went back into the sea, like whales. But yeah, tetrapods. All of these evolved from a lobe-finned fish that would have looked something like this. Tiktaalik coming up onto land. The first animals with bones that moved up onto land, they evolved from fishes like this. So yeah. Does that make sense? Sunny says, I'm a fish. That's exciting. Yeah. Literally all animals with bones are fish. They all evolved from a fishy ancestor. You know? It's pretty cool to think about. Here, real brief clip from,
Shudder at history's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Menu Metal 10, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here, I'll play you a clip from this lovely documentary. I think you'll like it a lot. Oh, here we go.
This is a story that ends on top of the world with the most important discovery of my life. But it begins in the city of Chicago.
Oh yeah.
With
The
a
Big
room
Apple.
full of human cadavers.
City by the lake.
It was more than a decade ago, and I just moved to the University of Chicago as chairman of the anatomy department. And I remember, hanging around with the students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting them get to know me. They're launching their careers as future physicians, and there's some nerves and skittishness those first few days. And they almost invariably ask, Dr. Shubin, what kind of doctor are you? Are you a surgeon? Are you a cardiologist? And I'd say, well, no, I'm a fish paleontologist.
What? They'd say,
What?
oh.
I'd get this look like, what? I want my money back. But it soon became clear that being a paleontologist, and not just any paleontologist, a fish paleontologist, is a very powerful way to teach human anatomy. Because often some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
And I'm sorry, offer from Lordy, what was that? Sorry, I missed. I'm in the zone here. But no, that's an important point. I want to emphasize that again. Some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are those, the bodies of other animals, ones that we share a common ancestor with.
To our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
Yeah.
Now, you might not think your body has much in common with a fish, but I see a family resemblance. On the surface, you're not very fish-like, I'll admit.
Oh, some of you.
But you are related to them, and the clues to that connection are etched in ancient stone. Fossils unearthed around the world reveal that fish are the first creatures with bony skeletons.
Yep. So, every creature with a bony skeleton evolved from a fish. If you have a bony skeleton, you are a fish. That's where bony skeletons came from, Fish invented them. Everybody else who has a bony skeleton, that's just an evolutionary hand-me-down an inheritance from your fishy ancestors.
They have backbones and skulls, just like you and me. This shared anatomy connects us to fish and to a long line of other animals. To see what I mean, imagine the complete history of life on a giant family tree.
So this, I'm so glad we're talking about this right now, because this is fundamental for understanding the history of life. It's fundamental for understanding biology. This is one of these things that does not get talked about enough in science documentaries, in my opinion. It typically doesn't get taught in American schools for the most part. There are extraordinarily clever, intelligent, well-educated people, doctors, lawyers, engineers, physicists, who have zero understanding of this concept, and as a result, they do not understand the first thing about biology, because they just never learned this in school, you know? This is the fundamental principle in life sciences, is that living things change over time, and they diversify. That's how we get this grand tree of life like this. That's why I'm so excited to share this, is like, this is the most basic concept in all of biology. Nothing in biology makes sense unless you understand this. And yet here in the US, and in other countries too, oftentimes it doesn't really get taught, because a lot of like religious fundamentalists are really scared of this idea. They don't like it. And so it gets left out of textbooks, it gets left out of school curricula, that kind of thing. Otter Do It says, I had to learn this on my own. Yeah. Yeah. It's wild, you know? So that's why we're talking about it here. Go back just a titch right there. Yeah.
To see what I mean, imagine the complete history of life on a giant family tree. Yeah. From the first microscopic organisms billions of years ago to all animals alive today. Our history lies on one branch of this tree of life, and we can trace our ancestry back.
So the way that you draw the tree can vary. You know, it doesn't really matter. We can jump from here, Sarcopterygii. These are the lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods, to all life. Right here. We'll zoom out there. There we go. All life on Earth, as far as we know, shared a common ancestor about 4 billion years ago, maybe 3.8 billion years ago, somewhere in there. The last universal common ancestor. That's all life there. We could jump from there all the way to good old Homo sapiens. Ourselves way over here on our little branch of the primate tree. We are there. That's what we're talking about here. And if we scoot back just a titch again, bacteria, plants, fungi, sponges, mollusks, fish, amphibians.
Our history lies on one branch of this tree of life.
Yep.
And we can trace our ancestry back.
And hey, Ken, how are you doing?
Around 400 million years ago, you'll find fish swimming in oceans and streams. 40 million years later, the first amphibians appear on land.
And again, we have fossils of all these critters. That's how we know about them.
Then we see reptiles, followed by the first mammals around 200 million years ago. And much later, we arrive at our special branch, primates. This history tells us something remarkable. Every reptile, bird, and mammal alive today is descended from ancient fish.
Yep.
And that includes us.
Oh, yeah.
So how does this legacy play out in our anatomy?
Each one of us, walking around in this lab today, carries the history of life within us. And the evidence is seen in every part of our bodies.
And not just in our bones. Even the complex tangle of nerves inside the human head makes much more sense when you realize it's the same basic wiring found in fish.
Bingo. Somebody in chat mentioned the laryngeal nerve. That's one of those nerves in that diagram right there. Yeah. Pretty cool.
When you realize it's the same basic wiring found in fish. But there's one defining piece of human anatomy that seems remote from the world of fish. And I vividly remember when it first captured my imagination.
When I walked into the anatomy lab for the first time, I was sort of scared about what I was going to see, what I was going to feel. But the reality is, after the first few weeks, that fear turns into a sort of a cocky self-confidence. And these things, you know, when you dissect them, it doesn't look very human. It kind of looks like a wax model in a lot of ways.
Yep.
But then you hit the hand.
Yep. And so again...
And for me...
This is a human hand right here. It's a person who, you know, lived a life, donated their body to science. If any of you watching are considering, you know, maybe writing into your will that you'd like to have your body donated to science, this is the sort of thing that might be entailed there. Like, your body will be used for teaching future physicians, anatomists, and sometimes paleontologists about anatomy. And I think that's pretty cool. I mean, like, when you're dead, you're not using that body anymore, you know? It's just junk at that point. Why not put it to good use? Situation like this. Gratuitous, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
As I unwrapped the gauze and revealed the palm, the fingers, the fingernails, something else hit me entirely. And that was a deep sense of connection. A connection to another human body lying on that slab. This was not a wax model that I was dissecting. This formerly was a person who lived a life just like I am living now.
There you go.
When I see the anatomy within the human hand, I'm in awe of the intricate connections between bone, tendon.
I don't want you to be grossed out by this. Just think about how cool this is.
Really,
think
it's
about
the action of these
the understanding we can gain from
through the tendons that the hand does its, you know, does its magic, if you will. So that when the muscles fire, it pulls on these tendons and watch. The fingers flex. Now, the fine muscles of our hand, these little tiny muscles that lie along the tendons, these are the muscles that control the fine motion of our fingers. These are the ones that are quintessentially primate and human.
Yeah.
So where did this marvel of evolution come from?
It certainly didn't come out of thin air. We can figure out where this came from by not just studying the animals around us today that have similar hands, other primates. We can look at the fossil record, too, for figuring this out.
It clearly has deep roots in the past.
Yep.
And you can see evidence of that in the bones of modern creatures. More than 150 years ago, scientists were finding connections between the hands and limbs of four-legged animals.
Sir Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century. He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery.
And pillage, too.
And so people were coming back to London.
So Richard Owen here is also the guy who coined the word dinosaur in 1842. Dinosaur, that name was his invention. He came up with that. And he described some of the first dinosaurs to be scientifically published in England.
London with new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns.
Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme.
Yep. The same pattern.
It was as if the same set of bones was being squashed or extended to perform different functions.
Here's a dog. Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone.
Humerus.
Two bones.
Radius ulna.
Little bones. and then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or toes.
The carpals and phalanges.
And, of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing, and it has 1 bone, 2 bones, lots of bones, and then digits.
And the fingers, yeah.
The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours.
Yeah. So working on the same
utterly
thing.
surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today has this fundamental pattern of 1 bone, 2 bones, little bones, fingers.
There you go. All
and do you
tetrapods
know
have the
why
same
creatures
thing.
had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin, which
Chuck E.
basically
D.
said the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
So basically, that common ancestor who had that same pattern, all of these creatures inherited that from that ancestor. And that's exactly how we understand things to have gone. There we go. Sarcopterygia. This is exactly as the way that we understand things today, is that we all share this common pattern because the ancestor of all these critters that lived about 420 million years ago, give or take, it had that pattern. We're all working with the evolutionary hand-me-downs of that common ancestor.
According to Darwin, we should be able to trace the evolution of our limbs and hands by going back in time down our family tree.
Yep.
Starting with our primate ancestors, we see hands and limbs that look very similar to our own. Go back a bit further to the first mammals, and we find deeper similarities in the paws.
Yep.
And we see how paws emerged from more distant relatives. And if we go back even further, we reach our most distant four-legged ancestors. These animals, the earliest tetrapods, were among the first to have Owen's 1 bone, 2 bones, lots of bones pattern.
But when we enter the underwater world, around 400 million years ago, instead of animals with limbs, we find prehistoric fish with fins.
Yep.
And that brings us to a great mystery of biology. How did we get from fish with fins to animals with arms and legs?
Yep.
Darwin boldly predicted that there must have been ancient animals, transitional forms, that bridged this gap. But what would such an animal look like? Would it have limbs, or fins, or both? Such a creature reflects a critical step in the origin of the human hand. I set out to find one.
Yeah. Really, really cool documentary here. Highly recommend it. There's a link there in the chat for you. We've watched this whole thing before on stream, and yeah, it doesn't get much better than your inner fish. It's really good. So that's an interesting transition from fishes with fins living in the water to fishes starting to come up onto land, developing bony limbs, spending more and more time on land to the point where they become terrestrial animals, and then you get tetrapods. Animals with bones that live on land, like you and me. That all happened about 415 million years ago, something like that, long time ago. About 50 million years ago, you have one of many examples where land-living tetrapods, animals with bones that lived on land, decided, hey, I'm through with this. I'm going back into the ocean. And that's what they did. That's what whales did. So whales are one of many different times that tetrapods have moved back into the sea. When you get a lineage, one branch of the tetrapod family tree, they decide, hey, we're going to hang out near the water, and they become better and better adapted generation after generation of being in the water, and eventually they become fully marine. They become oceanic animals. So this is all about that.
We know whales as graceful giants. Some are powerful hunters, some are gentle filter feeders, but no matter what they eat or how they live, whales as we know them are bound to the sea. But there was actually a time when whales could walk.
Yes, indeed.
The tale of whale evolution.
Oh, and we got another question from Dr. Irrefutable.
when you have time, I have a terminology question. Why is dino spelled differently in dinosaur and Deinonychus? Thanks. I think one of them is just straight up Greek, and then one of them is Latinized Greek. I want to say dino, like in Deinonychus, is Greek, and dino, like dinosaur, is Latinized Greek, although it could be the other way around. A lot of the like Latin and Greek terms, you get like this weird mixture of Latin and Greek, and I think it has something to do with that, but I'm not totally sure. Anyway, let's continue.
Evolution is a story about one of the most remarkable transitions in the history of mammals. The fossil record shows how these animals transform from tiny four-legged plant eaters no bigger than house cats to the seafaring giants we know today.
Yeah, it is pretty impressive, the size difference between Indohyus and Megaterra. That's the genus name for the humpback whale here. Yeah. And Kaz the Dapper Lass says, I watched this in my science class a bit ago. Sounds like you've got a good science teacher. If they're showing you PBS Eons videos, sounds like they know what they're doing. Kudos to them. Yeah. And Dr. Hub says, I show this video to my students when I lecture about evolution. It's really helpful. That's why I'm showing it right now. It's good stuff.
This change was dramatic and kind of fast. Fossils from over the past 50 million years have revealed whale-like animals of all shapes and sizes, each like a piece in the puzzle of whale evolution. Smack in the middle of this amazing transformation is Ambulocetus, a toothy predator the size of a sea lion, and he
Yeah, so this critter, Ambulocetus, who can tell me what its name means? What does the name Ambulocetus mean? And no, it doesn't mean ambulance seat. Like a chair in an ambulance. No. So he says walking. Low riding ambulance? No. Seating at a restaurant? Yeah. If you answered with some variation of walking whale or whale that walks or walking cetacean, you are correct. Well done. Yeah. Ambulocetus. Here, I'll find you a clip from Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. Walking with Beasts. Ambulocetus. There we go. What is this animal? Think of it kind of like a giant otter or something. Yes, indeed. Bingo. Walking whale. Yeah. Good stuff. So maybe kind of like a crocodile, they would have waited in ambush for prey along the banks. We don't really know. It would make sense. But yeah, that's Ambulocetus right there. Pretty cool.
striking example of a mammal order in transition. Ambulocetus lived about 48 million years ago in what is now northern India and Pakistan, and its full name, Ambulocetus natans, literally means the walking, swimming whale. But scientists will tell you that it wasn't really great at either. In the water, it was a powerful swimmer, but not very fast or efficient. On land, it was clumsy too, with legs that splayed out to the sides, a belly that almost dragged on the ground, and a snout that was so long and heavy it looked like it could barely lift its head. But Ambulocetus was perfectly equipped for its environment. It lived in partially freshwater environments like river deltas, where it lurked in the shallows and grabbed whatever prey that came near its giant snout. Now, if a long aquatic ambush predator sounds kind of familiar, that's because Ambulocetus is basically the mammal version of a crocodile. It lived a lifestyle that was a lot like a crocodilian's, ideal for an animal that lives between the land and water. But despite their similarities, crocodiles and whales are not directly related at all.
They are not. No. And we can make this very clear looking at our tree of life here. We'll go to Cetacea here. Go to the whales, which are a kind of hoofed mammal. Right there. Whales, dolphins, and porpoises. Cetacea. To get to Crocodilia, we've got to go way over here, outside of the mammal branch of the tree of life, and all the way to Archosaurs, the same group that includes dinosaurs. Birds and crocodilians are each other's closest living relatives today. Crocodilians are right there. So yeah, birds and crocs are close relatives in the grand scheme of things. Crocs and whales, nowhere close to each other. So that's an example of convergent evolution, that Ambulocetus, it kind of reminds you of a crocodile in a way, maybe? It's because they're doing a similar job, not because they're close relatives at all.
Not directly related at all. In fact, the group of mammals that includes whales and dolphins, known as cetaceans, are so different from other living mammals that it's been hard to figure out what exactly they evolved from.
Yeah, I mean, it was a mystery for a long time. Scientists trying to figure this out, they're like, well, shoot, they don't really look like any other mammals. Who are they related to? They're so different. So in the big adaptive radiation of mammals, when you've got all of these different species that are evolving and splitting and occupying new niches and stuff, all of the in-betweens between whales and their ancestors and the descendants of those ancestors, all those in-betweens are extinct. It's like, the only way we can really figure this out is by looking at the fossil record to try and figure out what their ancestors looked like. You can look at DNA and figure out, okay, based on the DNA, who else has got a genetic code that's anywhere similar to these guys? That can yield some clues. But if you want to figure out what their ancestors actually looked like, you have to study the fossils.
Interestingly, research done in both the field and in the lab revealed some surprises. First, in the 1980s and 90s, a set of genetic studies took sequences of DNA from whales and compared them to the same sequences in other living animals. And
Murph wants to know, are all cetaceans carnivores? I know most baleen whales eat a lot of krill. Yes. So all of them are carnivorous. Even the mysticete whales, the baleen whales, they still eat other animals. They're eating krill, they're eating zooplankton, sometimes they're eating fishes, some of them are eating like other invertebrates that they get out of the substrate of the ocean. But yeah, they all eat other animals, so they are, strictly speaking, carnivorous. Yes. Yeah.
These comparisons showed that the cetaceans are actually most closely related to...
And krill 6423, krill, speak of the crustacean, just looked up Ambulocetus, and as of a 2016 study, it doesn't seem very likely it could actually walk on land. That would be news to me. Mere coincidence. There you go, krill. Yeah. I do wonder about that. If there's a 2016 study, it'll be here on the Wikipedia article. It'll be referenced. In 2016, Japanese biologist Konami Ando and Shinichi Fujiwara performed a statistical test of ribcage strength. Oh boy. Is this like FEA stuff? Among terrestrial, semi-aquatic, and fully aquatic mammals, found that Ambulocetus clustered with fully aquatic mammals because they assigned a very high rib density on par with fully aquatic sirenians. Sirenians are like dugongs, manatees, and their relatives, which use their heavy osteosclerotic ribs as ballast. They then concluded Ambulocetus could not walk on land. What, because its ribs were thick, it couldn't walk on land? But they cautioned that the study was limited by a lack of information on the exact density of the bone,
the location of the center of mass, and the reliance of false ribs for thoracic support. So yeah, I wonder about that. Ambulocetus does have still pretty sizable limbs, and they still seem really well developed. I would be very surprised if this animal couldn't walk on land at all. Because, you know, for crying out loud, it's got limbs that are still, like, hooked up to the rest of the body. It's not like its hind limbs and its pelvis are detached from the vertebral series like they are in modern whales. No, they're still part of the skeleton. They're still... Those limbs are not disengaged from the rest of the body, you know? If that makes sense. So I wonder about that. Anywho, back to our video here. Yeah. And Starma wants to know, did any large animals swim in the ocean during the time between the KPG extinction and the rise of the whales? Good question, Starma. After that mass extinction, when you get, the plesiosaurs and the mosasaurs going extinct. Mosasaurs like these guys. There's a mosasaur and a plesiosaur there. And a fish. There were probably some largish fishes in between after those guys go extinct and before whales evolve. But I don't know. I kind of wonder about that. That might have been like an open niche at that point. I have heard that there were marine crocodiles. I don't know a genus or species, but things that are related to Metriorhynchids, I think, or Thalattosuchians. These marine crocs, like these guys, they may have actually survived the KPG, the extinction event that killed off the dinosaurs and the mosasaurs and plesiosaurs and about 80% of all other life on Earth, probably. The Metriorhynchids may have survived that. Metriorhynchids, Thalattosuchians, whatever you want to call them. They might even be different groups. But I think for the most part, there's an open niche there. There's like, you know, what would you call it? After that extinction event, it's just, everybody's gone. Nobody's home, you know?
It's free real estate.
It's free real estate, and so creatures could evolve to exploit that, you know? There you go, Salamander. Yeah, Salamander knew exactly what I was going to say there. So, yeah.
To a group known as artiodactyls.
Anyway, nowadays we recognize, you know, like, where in the world do whales come from?
Mammals that it's been hard to figure out what exactly they evolved from. Interestingly, research done in both the field and in the lab revealed some surprises. First, in the 1980s and 90s, a set of genetic studies took sequences of DNA from whales and compared them to the same sequences in other living animals.
So once we had the wherewithal to actually compare the DNA of different creatures, once that basic, you know, scientific work was done to decode the genomes of different mammals, we can start to compare them. Start to see who's more similar to whom. And that can give us a sense for who's more closely related to whom. You know, and so...
And these comparisons showed that the cetaceans are actually most closely related to a group known as artiodactyls, hoofed mammals that includes hippos, pigs, and deer. Then a number of fossils found a little later seem to support the same conclusion. In 2007, paleontologists in Kashmir, India found the fossils of a 47-million-year-old hoofed creature the size of a house cat that they named Indohyus.
I think Indohyus is a little bit bigger than a house cat, but... Well, let's look that up, actually. Indohyus. Size. Yeah, that depiction makes it look bigger than if there were a house cat that big, I'd be like, oh boy. I don't know if I'm going near that cat. You know? It's like the size of a medium-sized dog. Indohyus. A lovely depiction of it right there.
I could actually print this full size and have it in my office. I should look into that. That's really cool. Indohyus 3D print. My Mini Factory. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I should totally download that and print it full size. Let's see about this. There we go, log in. Make sure I'm logging with the correct email. Bear with me, everybody. Give me just a second here. Okay, same address. Good. Okay, good. Add to cart. Let's purchase it. $7. That's small price to pay to be able to print one of these things full size. That'll be really neat. United States. State, California. There's my zip code. There we go. Pay with card. Beautiful. So right now we've got some hadrosaur bits on the printer. Download that file right now. But maybe starting tomorrow, start printing this critter. Should be opening up in my 3D printing slicing software here. Okay, what I'm going to do is let's extract that to the desktop, see if that helps it open. Desktop, okay. Ah, here we are. Beautiful. So I'll figure out what scale this critter needs to be for me to print it life size. And we'll get it done. Indohyus here. Not quite a cetacean, but on its way, like it's very closely related to the ancestor of all the whales. Super cool. Yeah. It kind of looks like, in this depiction, almost like a big upright walking rat.
Hello.
Talia. Thank you for the 6 months of support there, Talia. Oh, look at that.
Chicken.
Look at those chickens. Thank you, Talia. Appreciate you. Anyway, I think this will be really cool to have this printed in like a bronze color filament. Just have it up there on the wall, but you can see those cloven hooves there. Almost like on a goat or something. Pretty neat. So it was from ancestors like this, the first whales evolved. Pretty neat. How to do it says, I want to boop its snoot. And that snoot right there. I'd say that looks pretty boopable. Boop. Boop. Yeah. So, what is the size of this animal?
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs are often the conclusion here. Elysium Plain, thank you for the 2 months of support. Thank you for that prime. Appreciate you, Elysium. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, how big is our critter? Indohyus. About the size of a raccoon or domestic cat? Okay. This omnivorous pig-like creature shared some of the traits of whales and showed adaptations to aquatic life. There we go. So these guys already were spending a lot of time in the water, presumably. And Indohyus and raccoon skulls. Wow, so it's got a skull the same size as a raccoon skull, so it's not very big. So if I were to 3D print this critter, there we go. Let's get this properly scaled. So yeah, maybe like, actually probably a little smaller. Probably like that. Nice. Very, very cool. Yeah.
If you're feeling
Excellent.
a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I'm excited to print that. And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Beautiful. Appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Anywho, Indohyus.
Hippos, pigs, and deer. Then a number of fossils found a little later seem to support the same conclusion.
A real dinosaur?
And Hyper01 Aus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you.
2007, paleontologists in Kashmir, India found the fossils of a 47-million-year-old hoofed creature the size of a house cat that they named Indohyus. It turned out that this tiny mammal had a specialized thickened ear bone that, until this discovery, had only been found in whales.
So this is called the involucrum, and I have a 3D printed one of these somewhere in my office. Let me go get it. Well, I'm going to have to dig it out. Just look at it here. It's fine.
The bone, called an involucrum, helps aquatic mammals hear underwater, and it shows up even in the earliest cetaceans.
So this is something that is unique to whales today. No other animal on our planet has a set of ear bones similar to this. So you find this, and it's like, that's the whale's calling card right there. This animal, if it's not a whale, it's an ancestor of whales, or it is very close to the direct ancestry of whales. Like it's part of the whale family if it has an ear bone like this.
It also had other adaptations for life in the water, like really dense leg bones, a trait that helps keep mammals like hippos weighted down when they're walking through a river. But Indohyus wasn't a cetacean. It had forelegs and hooves for crying out loud. It even had a special ankle bone called an astragalus, shaped kind of like a pulley, and that feature is only found in artiodactyls. Some very early cetaceans have this ankle bone too, which tells us that cetaceans evolved from artiodactyls. So Indohyus is now largely considered the closest non-cetacean relative of whales.
So it's not officially a whale itself, and it might not be the direct ancestor of whales, but it's close. So this is like an early cousin of whales, but it's close to whales.
Unlike Ambulocetus, it's not a member of the immediate whale family, but it shares a common ancestor with them, helping to connect today's artiodactyls. In other words, if Ambulocetus represents the transition from land to water, then Indohyus represents the transition from artiodactyls to whales. By the time the first recognizable whales like Basilosaurus show up in the fossil record about 40 million years ago, this group of mammals would never come out of the water again. But there's still a question of
Well, sometimes they do, but it doesn't go well for them when they come out of the water. I shouldn't joke about that. It's really sad.
why? Why would a cute little deer thing end up leading a whole order of mammals to life in the deep sea? That's a
Why leave on this crazy journey? It was based on a passage they misinterpreted from the Bible. It reminds me of
(1796). A fiercely determined band of pioneers leaves Maryland after misinterpreting a passage in the Bible. Their destination, New Sodom. This is their story.
Anyway, yeah, what do they see? Another kind of another kind of artiodactyl here.
Get a monster! It's a horrible fiend!
It's some sort of land cow.
Stand back, fellow settler!
Some kind of land cow, yeah. Unlike whales, we're no longer of the land. Yeah. Anyway, but it was free real estate. Why did these creatures forsake the land for the sea? It wasn't because they were headed for New Sodom after misinterpreting a passage in the Bible. No, it's because it's free real estate. There was a living to be made out there in the sea. And after dipping their hooves in, they found it was pretty good there. And so you get this whole lineage, different... I don't want you to think that this is a straight line, like this is a smooth transition, just, you know, they decided one day, oh, we're going to become ocean animals, and just, they were hell-bent on doing it after that? No. Here, whale evolution, phylogeny. You get all of these different kinds of whale-like critters. Some of them are more adapted to life in the sea, some are less. Think of it less like a straight line from living on land to living in the ocean. Think of it more as a branching bush. You've got all of these different species evolving, and some of them spend more time in the water, some of them spend less. You know, some of them go extinct, some of them do leave descendants. They have like a direct line from ancestor to descendant after that. It's not a dead end. It's a big, complicated bush. Like we see in nature. Nature very, very rarely has got black and white. Very rarely has nature got a binary. Very rarely has nature got a super simple kind of setup. Because things work via chance to a certain extent, kind of shepherded by natural selection, you get a lot of extraneous bits, a lot of lineages that go nowhere. You'd get certain creatures, species that evolve, that they hang out in a certain region of the world for a while, then they just go extinct. Don't leave any descendants. That happens all the time. And the same is true of whales. Whale evolution is not a simple straight line from Indo-Hyas to the modern blue whale. Not at all. There are all kinds of weird side branches that go nowhere. The weird, like, cousins to our modern whales that, like, what in the world were they doing? You know? Yeah. Alfama, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. And Starma says, in evolution, like in paintings, there are no plans or mistakes, only happy accidents. I like that, Starma. I like that a lot. It's like Bob Ross would say. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, and what's kind of funny is that, I know we were talking about this a while ago. Yeah. Young Earth creationists. People who want you to believe that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old. And that evolution isn't real. They have a real problem with cetacean evolution. They're really kind of scared of it for a lot of reasons. And here's Ken Miller talking about this and a talk about the do's and don'ts of being a scientist and debating creationists. Rule 1 is don't do it if you can avoid it. But sometimes you can't avoid it. So,
shrimp from the Jurassic, and you can look at it and you know exactly what the shrimp looked like. You can even imagine ways to cook it. This is a teleost from the Eocene, and fish, these
Green River
fish from the
Formation.
Green
Is this
River
nice shit?
Shale Formation in Wyoming are exquisite. You can see everything that's there, and you know exactly what's going on, and you know the right way to describe this particular organism, and even to classify it. You can show slide after slide, which will point out the richness of the fossil record and the degree of information we have about fossil species, and you really ought to do it. Because if you don't, they will be left pretending that evolution hangs on a few fragmentary bones and tooth fragments and a lot of speculation, which is
now we get to whales here, right?
Finally, I think the seventh lesson is personal behavior. And this is the final lesson, and that is that when you debate,
here we go.
You have to act in a certain way. And what I mean by the certain way is...
So, yeah, Ken Miller is making the point here that, like, debates are not about what's true and what's not. Debates are a performance. It's a theatrical thing. And debates are won or lost based on theatrics, not actually based on who is correct and who isn't. You know?
First of all, and I don't have to tell this to people who are used to working in the public area like Fred or anybody else, but you do have to tell it, unfortunately, sometimes to scientists. And that is, you never, ever, ever pull rank. Which is to say, you never ever hold your degrees up. Fortunately, some art looks as though humor. When Gish or Morris or whoever you happen to be facing makes a joke, usually they're funny and they're worth laughing at, and you should go ahead and laugh at them too. But the corollary to that last point is...
Snarry the Nardo Fen says, Danny, I found my coelacanth. You found your coelacanth? What do you mean? You mean in... You don't mean in St. George, do you? Let me know.
Wherever possible, deny your opponents the use of a joke. And Fred has made this point as well, and there's nothing quite as good as the preemptive joke. And it's a very, very useful debating strategy. Dwayne Gish, as Fred has mentioned...
Did you find a coelacanth fossil in St. George, Snowy? If so, congratulations. That's super, super exciting. Holy moly.
Before, and I can't remember if you mentioned this talk, and it has this wonderful slide where he'll start to ridicule...
We'll get to the whales in a second here.
...slide of a chimpanzee. And all of a
Oh, it's
sudden,
Asher. Oh, gotcha.
I'm going to go on to another
Congrats,
slide.
Asher.
Well, if you know
Nice.
that's coming,
Nice.
And I knew it was coming, I arranged to speak first. And I pointed out to the audience that I had the utmost respect for Dr. Gish, who has a PhD in biochemistry from the University of California at Berkeley. That's a wonderful school. Not very good football, but a wonderful school. And one of the things that Dr. Gish and I have tried to do is to get together before the contest and get things over and try to have this in a friendly and upright way and concentrate on the issues, make sure you can all understand what's going on. And Dr. Gish and I have known each other for a long time.
So I love this, that he's saying, this is a joke that Dwayne Gish would have made if he had gone first, but if you know he's going to do that, you could do it first, and you could do it better, and thus he's left without this joke.
Now, I don't know how you feel about your baby pictures, but when I have baby pictures of myself, my friend, my brother, or my sister, I have trouble picking out who's whom, and I have the same problem here. If you do that, Gish has lost one of his best jokes.
There you go.
Another thing that Gish will do is, wherever possible, if you can't anticipate a joke, turn it around and make it into a serious scientific point.
Here we get our whales, I
Dwayne Gish
think, right?
likes to quote from several people who work on cetacean evolution, the
There we
evolution
go.
of whales and dolphins and porpoises, to say that these organisms probably evolved from a cow-like terrestrial feature, a cow-like terrestrial organism. And then he has a wonderful cartoon. My wife is an artist, and I asked her if she'd sort of reproduce it. And unfortunately, she did a better job than his artist did, but it's not quite as funny. So what he argues is that if they evolved from a cow...
Here, I wonder if I can find the original there. Yeah, there it is. It's so stupid looking. But this is in, like, you know, creationist texts, this illustration here. Cursed indeed, Scoobs, yeah.
wife is an artist, and I asked her if she'd sort of reproduce it. And unfortunately, she did a better job than his artist did, but it's not quite as funny. So what he argues is that if they evolved from a cow-like creature, what the evolutionists want you to believe is we've got an organism like this.
That's where that comes from, Kenya. Yeah.
So and that must be the intermediate form, and it looks silly, and everybody laughs. Now, if that happens before you, what you have to do is be prepared to repair scientific damage. And you repair scientific damage by saying, yes, that's pretty funny. But when you look at the serious evolutionary record of cetaceans, in other words, you look for fossil whales and you look for fossil dolphins, do you find anything that makes sense, or does it look like sudden creation? Well, if whales evolved from terrestrial organisms that have their nares, their nose opening up front, like all terrestrial organisms do,
expect to see it moving
and
back.
evolved into creatures with a blowhole, which is the way you'd like to have it if you had to surface occasionally, go up and down the ocean, you ought to find intermediates where the nose, the nares, the nose opening sort of moves to the top of the head.
Yep.
Lo and behold, you find them. There are a series of whale-like fossils, which date from the period about 40 or 50 million years ago, which show the gradual backward movement of the nostrils from the point in front to the point just between the eyes, and then gradually to the point on the top of the head. So even where your opponent makes their best jokes, when you look into the scientific evidence, you can find a serious scientific case for evolution, and that blunts it.
There you go. Beautiful. Here, I'll give you a link to this video right here. That was from, what, the early 90s, I think this talk was from? Yeah, Ken Miller doing very good work back then. So let's get back to our PBS Neons whales here.
Unanswered. Maybe there were fewer predators in the sea than on land 50.
But yeah, so why did these creatures move into the water? Well, presumably because, you know, it's free real estate. You know, there was an opportunity to be seized, and it just worked out.
Would never come out of the water again. But there's still a question of why? Why would a cute little deer thing end up leading a whole order of mammals to life in the deep sea? That's a question.
And Johnny Autonomous says they came from the ocean and then went back. Yeah. So life originally started in the seas, and then you had fishes evolve, and then you had one group of fishes evolve into tetrapods, land-living animals with bones, and then one group of tetrapods, one group of artiodactyl mammals, moved back into the sea. But why?
Question that remains unanswered. Maybe there were fewer predators in the sea than on land 50 million years ago. Or maybe there was more food in the ocean and less competition for it. After all, from Indohyus to Ambulocetus, there are many adaptations that show us that the diet of these animals changed from land-based sources to aquatic prey. But food probably isn't the whole reason. Whales are predators, but the only other mammals that moved from land to water are manatees and dugongs, and they're both herbivores. So, as in many other areas of natural history, we don't have all the answers yet. But still, let's just pause to appreciate the fact that it took less than 20 million years, about the evolutionary equivalent of a lunch break, for this entire astonishing transition to take place. And there in the middle is the walking, swimming whale, linking whales as we know them to tiny cat-sized deer things just dipping their toes in the water for the first time.
Pretty darn cool. And it's, again, it's incredible that we can know anything at all about this. How amazing is that? That these animals that lived and died 50 million years ago, dig them up and study them and make sense of them. And that helps us to understand where whales came from. Cool when you think about it, you know? I try to do that a lot, to think about, like, here's the situation that we have today. It didn't have to be that way. Why? Why did it end up that way? Trying to suss out the origins of a particular group of animals or a particular thing in human society. Finding out where stuff comes from, I find really fascinating. It helps you understand the thing on a level that's much deeper than if you didn't understand how it came to be, you know? If you don't understand its origins, you don't understand it, you know? Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, think how many times that has happened with vertebrates, forming lineages that go back into the sea.
It's happened like at least a dozen times. We have it with whales, for one. Sirenians, which are manatees, and dugongs and their relatives, that's another time. You've got various other groups of marine mammals that are now extinct. Well, you've got pinnipeds, that's another one, they're still around today. That's seals and sea lions and their relatives. Walruses, too. Then among the reptiles, you have sea snakes, sea turtles, mosasaurs, who are now extinct, plesiosaurs, placodonts, nothosaurs, ichthyosaurs, thalattosaurs, that's 11. Marine crocodiles is that happened at least once, that's 12. You get it in various kinds of birds, like hesperonithids, that's 13. There's got to be some other groups of marine reptiles that I'm forgetting now as well. So yeah, it's been over a dozen times that I can think of off the top of my head that land-living animals have become fully adapted to life in the oceans. Luganix says sea otters. Sea otters still can run around on land. I don't know if they'll ever become fully marine, but we can count them. We'll call them marine mammals. That's 14 right there. Yeah, you've got a mustelid, like basically a big weasel. Sea otters that have moved into the ocean. It's pretty cool. So yeah. That is, I don't know, that's kind of a classic topic in vertebrate paleontology, or paleontology in general. Oftentimes when you're talking with grad students, especially at places like Berkeley, just down the road from me. Like, oh, what do you work on? What are you interested in? And one of the most common answers that you'll get is, I'm really interested in major evolutionary transitions. The evolution of flight in birds, or the evolution of whales, or something like that, like when a group of organisms adopts a different kind of lifestyle and they give rise to a big important group of creatures that are still around today. Those are the sorts of transitions that often get graduate students really excited when we're talking about grand schemes in evolution. Those are some of the grandest. The transition from the ocean to land, like the origin of tetrapods, is another one. I know a few people at Berkeley who are working on that right now, and it's fascinating stuff. Because not only are you learning the details of how those groups evolved, whether it's tetrapods or whales or birds, similar transitions too, but you're also learning something about how evolution works. Like, you're learning something about the mechanism in broad strokes. And for a paleontologist or an evolutionary biologist, that sort of thing is really exciting. You know? It's almost like discovering a unified theory of physics or something like that. I don't know. It's like you're studying the mechanism, you're studying the process, not just the details, but the broader picture of how something like that happened. And you can trace similarities. Here's how this transition happened in this group of organisms. Is it similar in this other group of organisms? It's not closely related. If it is similar, maybe that's just kind of how evolution works, you know? That sort of thing is really, really exciting. Let me scroll up, and I think I missed some chats here. Let's see here. Snowy the Nardo fan says, I found a bunch of Lysoda's teeth. Very nice. Andrew said, I found more specimens from this shark in this whole formation than anyone else in the world. That is so cool. That is so cool. Congrats. Congrats, Snowy. That's pretty exciting. Good stuff. Yeah. Starmus says, so a follow-up on my previous question on what animals lived between the KPG and the rise of whales. Did the rise of whales lead to the extinction of those marine crocodiles? Or is it around that same time period? It's a good question. I don't really know when the Thalattosaucians go extinct. I I wouldn't be shocked if it were around the end of the Paleocene, Eocene thermal maximum or something like that. But I don't know. We could even have... They might even go extinct at the KPG. I don't know. You know? Let's look up Thalatasuchia real quick. Thalatasuchia. They lived from the early Jurassic to the early Cretaceous, had a cosmopolitan distribution. They're not actually members of Crocodilia, but they're related, yeah. Teleosauria and Metriorhynchoidea. So... yeah, C also, I think that's what we want. List of marine reptiles. Snakes, sea turtles, mesosaurs, phytosaurs. Oh, we had marine phytosaurs. I forgot about that. So that's 15 different groups. We had mesosaurs as well. 16 different groups of tetrapods that went back into the ocean. Dolichosaurs, like these guys, which are another kind of lizard, not mosasaurs. Holy cow, there's so many different kinds. Marine sphenodontians, I forgot about these guys. So yeah, it's a solid 20 different times at least that tetrapods have gone back into the oceans. Ichthyosaurs, Charistodires? Were there marine Charistodires? I didn't know that. That's nuts. And Tethasuchia, is that what I'm thinking of? Middle Jurassic to early Eocene. This is the group of marine crocodiles. Crocodiliforms. Crocodilomorphs. Yeah, like Dirosaurus and its kin. So they go into the Eocene. They do go extinct around the same time that the first whales show up. But I kind of doubt it was direct competition from whales that drove them to extinction. I betcha it's probably these guys are doing their thing until the end of the Paleocene, Eocene thermal maximum. When global temperatures drop, that causes changes in the ecosystems that are probably just too much for these guys. That's probably why they go extinct then, I would guess. Yeah. This article's just a stub, it doesn't really talk about it, but yeah. It'd be cool to talk to somebody who works on this group, Tethasuchia, to see if there's any kind of consensus on why they blink out of existence, you know? And we did get sea snakes going in, yeah. I think that was the first one I mentioned. Yeah. Anywho, very cool. And Charlie's Dragon says, cow whale I drew a few years ago, copying a drawing left in a library book. That's actually surprisingly elegant there. I like that a lot. Well done. Yeah. I like that a lot, Charlie's Dragon. You're a good artist. Anyway. Good stuff. Elysium Plane says, I was surprised about the link between ungulates and cetaceans. Yeah, cetaceans are a kind of ungulate. They are within ungulata, which is pretty neat. Yeah. Anyhow. Very cool. A mercow, says Golganek. Yeah. So anyway, that's the idea that I want to get across here. This is funny, but cows are more closely related to whales than manatees are. Cows are also a kind of ungulate. I'll show you. Go to our tree of life here. So, manatees are a kind of Sirenian, which is a kind of Afrothere. It's the same group that includes elephants and aardvarks. There we go. There's manatees right there. They are not anywhere closely related to whales. Nowhere close. They are Afrotheres, so they're related to elephants and hyraxes, and also elephant shrews, aka sengis, golden moles, tenrecs. each of these animals is closer, much, much, much closer to a manatee than a whale is. Very cool. Now to jump to whales are cetacea. They are way over here. Yeah. And again, their closest living relatives are the hippos, like Mu Deng, pygmy hippo. Mu Deng is much more closely related to a whale than she is to, I don't know, a horse? Even though hippopotamus, that means water horse, doesn't it? Something like that in Greek. A better name would have been land whale, because they're much closer to whales. Yeah. And Starman wants to know, are there any animals that went from land to water back to land? There probably is, but it's probably not a vertebrate. I bet you there are invertebrate animals. Things like crustaceans. There's probably a lineage of crustaceans or insects or chelicerates or something like that. That, obviously they started off in the ocean, like all organisms did. They moved onto land, and then back into the ocean. I bet you there's some clade that does that, some evolutionary group. But I don't know of one off the top of my head. I wouldn't be surprised if there were plants that did that, though. Plants also started off in the oceans, then moved to land. And you know what? There you go. There are certain kinds of flowering plants, angiosperms, that are now in the ocean. Plants started off in the water. Some of them moved onto land, and then moved back into the ocean. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Like water lilies, at least in freshwater. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. I bet you there are... Here. Marine... angiosperms. Seagrass. Paraphyletic group of marine angiosperms. Yeah. So these critters, these organisms, seagrasses, evolved from land-based grasses or other angiosperms, land-based flowering plants. And land plants originally came from the ocean, if you go back far enough in time, like the Silurian or something. So, yeah. Plants have the answer. There you go. Very cool. Anywho, with that being said, I know I started today's stream about half an hour later than I would have liked to. We're going to end about 15 minutes early, 15 minutes short of our full 5 hours, because I've got some computer work to do. One of the reasons I started late is that I've been having some real trouble with my computer just running out of space. I'm totally out of memory. But 1 terabyte solid state drive, there's like 8 gigs left. So I open up programs like Photoshop, and it says, not enough scratch disk space. You know?
Access denied.
It doesn't work. So I ordered another solid state drive, and then iOS is going to help me install that. We tried to do that, mostly she tried to do that before the stream started. Ran into some roadblocks, so we got to finish that up so that I can do some Photoshop work that I need to do for the rest of the week. So, yeah, with that being said, let's wrap things up for today. Here's a mammal, Smilodon, to run our credits over here. And, come on. There we go. Let's find somebody to raid into. Maybe somebody else doing some science right now. Who else is on? Oh, I know that voice. That's Science Streams. Is that a Tuatara skull he's looking at? Huh. And I don't know what's up with our credits.
Come on, Streamlabs. You can do it. Come on now. There we go. Finally. Let's go right into Science Streams. Balint is also a research scientist. He's a molecular and systems biologist. We'll go see what kind of science he's getting up to tonight here on Twitch. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits, from new followers to subscribers and resubscribers, cheerers and gifters and moderators. Thank you, mods, for working hard to keep this community safe and welcoming for everybody. Appreciate your mods. Thank you to the raiders and the enthusers, the question askers, the lurkers. Quietly getting those numbers up there. I appreciate you too, lurkers. You know who you are, and thanks for watching. The internet is a big place. You could be just about anywhere right now, but you've been spending time with me, and I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for your attention, and thanks for talking fossils with me, everybody. I appreciate that a lot. We're gonna go join Science Streams here. Thank you, everybody. And I'll see you again tomorrow. Might be a little bit late for tomorrow's stream. We'll see, but I'll see you then. Take care, everybody.